Let your blessings descend upon us here in this Legislative Assembly, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the interests you have committed to our charge. All which we ask in the name of, for the sake of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Good morning, honorable members. I am sitting before you with just about a quorum for us to have a sitting today. And I wish to address the Parliament, I'm going to start with saying, in light of some observations that I made yesterday, I felt that it was necessary for me to come this morning and to address the House today. By convention in Montserrat, the budget debates allow for some latitude. However, even in that, we are expected to be mindful as we navigate within the bounds of respect and maintenance of the dignity of the House. This is the House of Parliament. It is not a street corner. It is not a doll's house. The Institute, by its very nature, is one that demands precision and a certain level of respect and courtesy. And the manner of speaking in the House demands that members must address the Speaker and not direct their speech to the House or to any party on either sides. The conduct of Her Majesty, members of the royal family, the Governor, the Speaker, or members of the House, any judges, or other persons engaged in the administration of justice shall not be raised except on a substantive motion, and in any amendment, question to a member, or remarks in a debate on a motion dealing with any other subject. Any reference to the conduct of the persons aforementioned shall be out of order. Members must be standing when they address the chair, and there should be no eating within the gallery. Members must not impugn improper motives onto other members. Where any unparliamentary language or words are used, whether by a member who is addressing the House or by a member who is in a debate, the Speaker shall intervene and call upon that member to withdraw the offensive words. And I'll take this time to remind the members that ultimate authority on matters of the House itself belongs to the Speaker in order to keep order and to rule promptly and decisively in orders of the House. The Speaker's decisions are not opened to appeal except on a substantive motion made after notice. These rules are not arbitrary, and they should not be treated as such. At this moment in history, we are the guardians of the sanctity of this House, and it is therefore our duty to maintain its standards so that when we have moved on and we pass it to those who are coming behind. Its standards are uncompromised and steadfast. And I'm also going to add here that when we ourselves sit within this house and we make rules, we ourselves then cannot turn around and break those said rules. Doesn't speak much for the dignity of the house or add credence to our words when we speak. So I will urge the members to go ahead and to debate robustly and tackle the issues, because this is ultimately part of our duty. But let's remember to do it with dignity and decorum. With that, I'm going to open the House for continuation of our debates.
Thank you, Madam. Sorry.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you will permit me to. Please. Madam Speaker, it is noticeable that the members of the opposition have absent themselves from this honorable sitting for whatever reason, having paraded yesterday evening. But Madam Speaker, being as it may, we are here, we are paid to do the people's business, and we will do it to the best of my ability. Madam Speaker, my mantra has always been service to God and service to humanity. It's my mantra that this is the best rule of life. Madam Speaker, as leader of government business, I serve the people of this nation who have chosen me to lead. I lead not by favor, Madam Speaker, but I lead because I am here as the leader of everyone in this country. Madam Speaker, there are times when we have to maximize our time for the benefit of all of us. There are some of us who have much more to do than others at this time. And so, Madam Speaker, it is not my intention to serve this nation just because of what I do now, because I want to win an election. It is my intention to serve irrespective to whether I'm in or out, because that is by nature the person I am. And I'm certain that is the nature my team members are. Madam Speaker, on June 17, 2021, I presented to this Honorable House the budget for 2021-2022, a budget which outlined the government plans and programs for this fiscal year. The budget presented showed an overall budget recurrent and capital for 2021-22 as follows. The total recurrent expenditure of $136.34 million. Capital expenditure for the year of $69.74 million. And a total budget for the fiscal year, Madam Speaker, of $206.09 million. Madam Speaker, the breakdown of the budget is as follows. The Office of the Deputy Governor, to cover salaries, wages, increments, and pensions, etc., $31.24 million. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, $24.22 million. The Ministry of Health and Social Services, $21.57 million. The Office of the Premier, $14.15 million. Ministry of Commerce and Works, $12.78 million. The Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, $11.57 million. The The Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Housing and the Environment, 6.65 million. The Royal Montserrat Police Service, 7.55 million. And the balance, madam, of 6.55 million to be expended among some smaller ministries such as, or departments such as Legislature, Judicial Services, as well as the Office of the Auditor General. Madam Speaker, in this budget, the government also sets out its priorities as stated, Madam Speaker, in our page in the budget. Those priorities reflect our aim and aspirations to take Montserrat forward into a sustainable era of development. Our aim, Madam Speaker, during this period is to developing and implementing appropriate sector strategies for priority sectors such as renewable energy, tourism, access, agro-processing. Managing projects to deliver priority infrastructure for economic growth, such as the hospital and the port project. We strive to improve education outcomes for regional and international competitiveness and sustainable livelihoods. We strive to enhance youth development through the improvement of the apprenticeship program. We also want to develop and implement strategies to remove obstacles for people who wish to do business in Montserrat. We wish to develop and implement plans and policies to elevate the island from recovery mode to sustainable self-sufficiency. On unlocking sectorial resources for business development, investment, promotion, and trade facilitation. Preserving Montserrat's reputation as a just, safe, and secure place to live in and visit. Increasing access to essential and specialized medical services through leveraging of technology and direct service promotion. Increasing and expanding health promotion service to reduce health concerns, to reduce the incidences and effects of non-communicable diseases, and to improve the care of the elderly. And finally, Madam Speaker, to ensure sustainability of the Social Security Fund. Madam Speaker, we intend to deliver for the people of Montserrat as we advance our programs to move our country on a path to sustainable development. We would notice that some budget lines this year were redirected to other key areas. These areas have been left out of our budget for years. This redirecting of budget lines or budget funds allow for more efficient use of the current budget and to allow for priority to be given to more critical services from which the people of this country must benefit. To that end, it is time for the budget to begin to benefit a wider cross-section of the population. To this end, we have allocated funding to Newspent, for which no funding was received from the UK. For years, the Ministry of Health has been seeking funding in order to implement the electronic information health systems, electronic health records. For too often in communities, patients' records are not available to the health centers or clinics where the patient resides, and it is therefore difficult for a nurse or doctor to review the patient's history. This new allocation will provide for access of at health centers the files of many patients. And very soon, they will be able to attend their own personal physician and their clinics, and their records will be online. Their medical history, their medication, their blood pressure, whatever it is, Madam Speaker, would be in the health centers. This is what we are gearing for. Rather than having a file centralized at Glendon or wherever, we are saying that it matters not where you live, what district you live in, your health center should be able to access your medical records. And so, Madam Speaker, we have allocated $160,000 this year as new spent from the current to facilitate that move. Oriel Plaza, the mentally challenged home in Sweeney's, the MVO building in Fleming's, some family units and the construction of sanitary toilets and bathrooms for vulnerable persons. These are buildings that have been erected for years. They are basically falling apart, and nothing has been done to keep them safe. Madam Speaker, we are, in this budget, allocating funds to ensure that the people at Oriel Plaza dwell in a clean and safe environment. The MVO, Madam Speaker, there's urgent work to be done. And so we have also allocated funds to refurbish the building. Madam Speaker, there are some people who live in family units. And for 5 years, they have lived in this condition. The buildings are unpainted. Toilets are falling apart. This government is about people, and we intend to make sure that every human being lives in a condition that is acceptable to all of us. And so we have allocated funds for work to be done on some family units. There are a number of persons in this country who are living without water and sanitary facilities on their homes. This should not be the case. And my administration is taking steps, Madam Speaker, to improve this by allocating some monies this year to provide some of these persons with toilets and bathroom facilities on their homes. For too long, the surplus fruits and vegetables in this country go to waste. To this end, we must begin to add value to the products and expand the availability in other forms. Funds have been provided from this budget to the Ministry of Agriculture to begin the process of establishing an agro-processing facility. This is long overdue. This is a facility, Madam Speaker, which this country needs, so that we can preserve the foods that go to waste every year, that we can offer our tourists and guests a sample of our foods. It matters not what time of the year, albeit in a different form. The government of Montserrat spends taxpayers' money in training individuals in different fields. This is a situation which exists at this point in time. The Ministry of Agriculture have a trained food technician sitting idle by. We must, Madam Speaker, as a country, utilize the people who we train, exploiting them to the fullest extent, using them to the fullest, so that the taxpayers' money can be seen to benefit the country. We are therefore, Madam Speaker, supporting this facility to ensure that the individuals trained use their skills to benefit not only themselves, but to benefit the country and the people of this country. And so we have allocated $250,000 as a starting point for this agro-processing facility. security, and border control. It is common knowledge that our borders, large portion of our borders are left exposed because most of us live in the northern part of the island, leaving the southern and eastern shores exposed. The Heliconia Star is an important piece of equipment which helps us to secure our borders and to keep our country safe, to ensure that we abide by international standard, to reduce human trafficking and drug trafficking, and to protect the safety of this land. To this end, we have allocated $150,000 to cover the cost of maintenance and insurance and other services to the Heliconia Star to make sure that it's capable of running on our waters and to protect our peoples. We have also allocated, Madam Speaker, in this budget, $50,000 for training for the police. We understand that the police is in need of additional funding, and we will seek to see how best we can provide them with that as time goes by. Madam Speaker, this element of the budget seeks not only to provide salaries and wages, but seeks to benefit a broader section of the population. This section, Madam Speaker, creates jobs, although members on the other side fail to see it. These elements are job creation elements in the budget. Budget jobs that will be created during the next 6 to 9 months. We are about to move, Madam Speaker, from the new normal. Moving from beyond the new normal. We are moving towards recovery and growth. And we are taking this in simple strides because every step takes you to your destination. This budget statement, which was presented on Thursday, was not intended to outline every aspect of ministry's operation and plans going forward. It was simply to outline the key strategies of government. And as normal, the ministers would expand on their ministry's progress and success and performance and things the way forward. To this end, yesterday, the other members of the government took time out to apprise the population and this House of their giving account of their stewardship. The Honorable Minister of Education, Health and Social Services reviewed the performance of his ministry, the Ministry of Health and Education. He gave a background to the economy in a COVID-19 environment. Last year, the decision was taken to increase spending on health and to allow the ministry to be prepared to manage COVID-19. We also begin a rollout of the vaccine in this country, albeit that there is some vaccine pessimists who decide that vaccine is not the way forward. My government is content that in order for us to move forward, in order for people to get a new chance, in order for people to get back to work, the vaccine is our only hope. And the minister and his team is trying their best to ensure that people take up the program. Madam Speaker, all across the world, economies are recovering. Businesses are opening up because a large percentage of the population is being vaccinated. It is the government's intention, Madam Speaker, to open up the country at some point in the not-too-distant future. We just cannot remain in a bubble. The country must be open. And we are saying to the population, we need to prepare ourselves to avoid us getting seriously ill from COVID. There are new variants of COVID. The Delta variant, for instance, in the UK, is widespreading. We cannot afford to let it come here, and if it does, we must be prepared to fight it. It is our own immune systems, our own vaccination programs is going to help us to achieve that. The minister spoke to the education program. Preparing children, Madam Speaker, online was one of the new norms, and it will become the norm of tomorrow. Learning online is not going away soon. And that is why the government will continue, as stated in the budget statement and in the minister's presentation, that we'll continue to purchase laptops for our students who are vulnerable and who are not in a position to purchase these, because no child must be left behind, irrespective to their social or economic background. This government is about looking after people, contrary to others. We understand what it means to have children in our homes. We understand what it means to be poor. We understand what it means to be hungry. We understand what it means to come from the countryside. We understand what it means to wake up looking at your parents, not knowing where the next meal will come from. We understand that, and we are doing everything possible to ensure that children are taken care of. You will hear when the Honourable Parliament Secretary spoke about protecting our children. The Ministry of Education is embarking for the first time on a national education curriculum. This is an important national development, as it will include subjects which will ground our children. ICT. The minister spoke about languages in the lower schools, which I admire. It's something for our children to start in the early forms of primary school to learn the basics of foreign languages. This is a key initiative which the government fully supports. Our children are not living, we're not training our children to live and work in Montserrat alone. We are part of the global community, and they must prepare themselves for that community. We also heard, Madam Speaker, that there is in process development of a sports policy. That is in the making, and more will be heard about that as its formulation, as it takes place. The Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education and Sports have used their resources over the last year to assist sporting organizations. Some have traveled, cricketers have traveled overseas, and they have been given assistance in traveling. We as a government intend to create a rounded person, educationally, physically, and otherwise. That is our goal, and my team is challenged and will continue to do that. This country boasts itself of being a religious country. And many of us who understand and know God behave differently. Our outlook in life is different. And if only, Madam Speaker, a greater percentage of our people would accept Christ as their guide, this country will be in a better position. Being as it may, I am pleased that the Minister of Ecclesiastical Affairs has agreed with the Christian Council for a day of prayer of national unity sometime in July. I pray, Madam Speaker, that we all gather together to pray and thank God for all of his blessings and mercies, his protection and guidance on our lives. Sometimes you wonder whether we are better than others, but I say no. It's all because of God's grace and his mercy. We have been spared from disasters, one after the other, and we have to give God thanks. The minister spoke about the hospital, and I don't want to elaborate. He also spoke about the contribution of our old local doctors and nurses, and the contribution made to us by the Cuban Brigade. And I understand the first team that came in just about a year ago, most of them have left today or leaving today, and there's some others. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the Cuban ambassador in St. Lucia, the Cuban government, the FCDO, the local government, my regional affairs officer, the Ministry of Health, for the hard work that they have put in. Last year, when COVID was on the rampage, in a meeting, Madam Speaker, it was announced that there might be some Cubans available to assist us. I took the challenge and raised it with the minister and his team. And we are pleased that we were able to receive 13 members of the Cuban brigade, medical brigade, gynecologists, internists, physio, pediatrician, general practitioner, and nurses. We thank them for their service. We now have on staff, temporarily or not, a physiotherapist, and we will continue to use them. And as the minister said, we will continue to see how best we can establish that and strengthen that relationship with the Cuban government so that we might be able to have access to more expert medical personnel. Madam Speaker, before COVID, our hospital used to send some samples either overseas or to another lab. Today, the St. John's Hospital Laboratory is in a position to do a large number of tests, not only COVID. And we thank the British government for their contribution to establishing the COVID testing machines. Now that we have these machines, Madam Speaker, the minister boasts that the Ministry of Health is in a position to do other tests, such as for dengue and other things. We thank them very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government is doing things, not the normal things, but things that would prepare us for the future. This is what we are all about. This country belongs to all of us, and we intend to take it to the next level by God's grace. Social services, the minister and the parliament secretary outlined the services rendered by this ministry, this department over the year. We spoke about child justice, building and looking after child justice. We talk about the number of persons who receive contributions and benefits from the ministry, from the department. The parliamentary secretary spoke about her involvement, which her assignment dealing with youth and women affairs and social issues. She spoke about the hallmark to assist children in accessing the market jobs in the market. Youth unemployment is a concern, of course, and we are trying our best to ensure that we reduce the numbers. This is a worldwide phenomenon, but we cannot use a worldwide phenomenon as our example. We must do things to engage our youth and to take them off the streets. Because as this old saying goes, the devil find work for idle hands to do. I am pleased that the Social Services is also assisting with after-school programs, homework programs, and youth skills development projects. They are training in sports. These are all initiatives to prepare our children and our young people to grow up as rounded men and women and to take their role in our society. I thank the Ministry of Social Services and the staff there for the work they are doing. The parliamentary spoke about Women's Day and their focus on women's contribution. Indeed, women have played a major role and still is playing a major role, a significant role in this country's development. As a matter of fact, I've invited my office to research Ellen Peters, one of the stalwarts women of old, who we understand trailed the blaze before us in terms of trade unionism. but we have failed to recognize at this point. I've asked my staff in the Office of the Premier to research Ellen Peters, and having done that, we've then elevated her to a position of ranking in this country. Women deserve the credit because without women, we have no homes. Without women, we have no families. Without women, may I say sometimes, we have no men. Women is the cornerstone of our community, the cornerstone of our homes, the cornerstone of our families. And we want to do everything possible. And with the Parliament Secretary's help, Mrs. Fector, I know she's very eager to work with the youth, women, and young people, and given the resources. And I promise her that I will work with her to ensure that she's given the resources that she needs to meet her goal. The Ministry of Agriculture, Madam Speaker. The minister showed that even though he's young, he's Talawa. Even though he's small, he's Talawa. Don't argue about that. He has a drive. He wants to do things. And sometimes I'm tired. Premier, I need some money. We are going to get it for him. He never leaves you alone. Madam Speaker, I just like the temperament of the individual. Madam Speaker, the Bible says call young men because they are strong. Certainly, he fits in that category. The minister showed appreciation to the men and women who, in spite of the difficult circumstances they encounter in the fields, have survived. They have kept us alive. They have provided us our food, meat and poultry and vegetables and fruits, even through difficult circumstances, droughts and floods and everything else. They provide us with our food. And I know that food sustainability or food security is very high on the minister's agenda. He wants to do everything possible to ensure that Montserrat does not depend on outside food sources. I will speak a little later about the high cost of food that people talk about. But one way of us reducing our costs, our budgets in this country, is for us to produce more of what we eat. And the Ministry of Agriculture is on the move to do just that. Over the past year, they have produced much more than any other period in this period, any other period for the past 5 years. They have produced food. They have produced eggs and poultry meat, livestock meat, even though livestock meat is in short supply. And they are gearing up to increase that. The minister came and said he wants to increase livestock production. And he's asked for us to reduce the duty on imported live farm animals. Yesterday, one member of the opposition questioned the reasoning behind it. Yes, Madam Speaker, the ministry is carrying out artificial insemination to improve the local breeds, but bringing in new breeds to improve the stock as well. What we want is improved breeds that we can have large amount of meat available to the public. He spoke about the reduction in onions last year, and the intention is to further reduce that commodity and to add in new commodities, such as white potatoes, so that we can, in fact, keep some of those monies that we spend overseas on these commodities on Ireland to develop the country. We spend far too much of our meager resources on imported food. We have to seek to reduce it. Fish, Madam Speaker, sometimes a scarce commodity. We have 5 miles of ocean, and I'm hoping that the minister will eventually, in the not distant future, start reaching out to expand that to a 12-mile boundary, so that we can, in fact, exploit a larger portion of our marine environment. But the exploiting it, Madam Speaker, must also preserve the environment. And under the Environment Protection Agency, the Department of Environment, Our intention is to protect the environment, to safeguard it, not only for ourselves, but for future generations. We must ensure that our fish stock is preserved and that we produce new fish stock. And the minister has indicated that through the new fishing aggregate devices, his intention is to do that. He may very well be considering whether he can establish a couple of artificial reefs out there. But that is left to be done. Madam Speaker, food production, food security is tantamount to life. Last year, at the height of COVID, we saw that nations withheld certain things from us. We couldn't get masks. We couldn't get sanitizers. We couldn't get anything else because they were in scarce supply. If perchance food becomes a scarce commodity, we must not be left out. We must have our food supply. We must be able to produce, not only produce, but also to store some of those produce for where it is. Housing. When this government took office, our cry was, where is the money for housing? In my previous dispensation, I left programs in place. As Minister of Housing, I built houses. But over the past 5-6 years, Madam Speaker, I note that no fewer than 5 houses were built. And I'll speak to the SRO no later, because some people just don't understand. Some people talk a lot, but they don't understand. Presently, 2 consultancies are taking place. And we believe that having completed these consultancies and received reports, it gives us an opportunity to negotiate or to write up a business case for social housing. And note I said, Madam Speaker, social housing, because our intention is to encourage the private sector to get involved in some form of home construction. We have started the process. The minister, as outlined in my budget, and as he said yesterday, have allocated some 15 lots to middle-income persons, and some of them have begun to build their homes. This will continue as long as governments have lands available to it. I understand that some of those homes have now been completed, and others are seeking mortgages to complete theirs. I grew up in an environment where I was taught that I have to help myself. And I believe that that is a good start for children and young people to understand life is not always easy. Some things do come, but they come with a price. The Minister of Communication and Works, his drive, his enthusiasm has kept me thinking. We have a plan to get this country moving. We have a plan to get this country moving irrespective to whether we get aid or not. We'll use the resources and maximize those resources to get Montserrat moving. He spoke about the alignment or the connectivity between all of our departments and ministries. For far too long in a government, every ministry, every department, every unit operates in silos. And I'm certain my staff is tired of hearing me saying, we cannot operate in silos. We are one government. What happens in one affects the other. The resources in one must be shared with the other, so that at least we achieve something at the end of the day. By fragmenting our resources and our talents and our gifts, we end up by not getting anything done. And I'm pleased, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Comms and Works sees it that way, that all ministries and departments must work together for the good of all. government is a single entity with different areas of operation. We cannot allow each ministry or department or unit to be working in isolation. If this happens, government will not be able to deliver to the people who voted for them. All of our resources, our people, must be used to their fullest potential. And our funding can only become effective when we operate under this procedure. It's not me and you and us, and me and you and he. It's us together. That is only how we will achieve. And that is how government must begin to see itself as a business, operating as a business. The old way of doing things is no longer the way. We have to be able to improve on what we're doing and to maximize the resources, the limited resources that we have. And we intend to do just that. The minister asks that we don't allow our population size, the size of our workforce, to deter us from making strides or from aiming big and bold. This is something that we have to get over. We look at the size of population and say, oh, we're small. The size of our workforce, let me see, we're too little. But we'll make use of the size that we have and use it to our advantage. If all of us work together we can. We must make the numbers work for us. We must be able to make our own country grow. He also pointed out that it's important for us to reduce our expenses on importing fuel and food and other things. And that rather than importing, we should develop our own natural resources so that we keep the funds here to develop the country and to use in other areas of development. And so, energy, renewable energy, is one of our main targets right now. We are working on plans and programs to ensure that we exploit the renewables that are available to us, wind and solar and geothermal, so that we can become 100% green by 2030 or earlier. Montserrat will then boast of being the first country in this region with 100% renewables. By doing so, we can sell ourselves as a clean country where people breathe freely. There's no carbon emission, where you only breathe fresh air. And where we can attract businesses, hopefully that the energy price will be low, and we can then attract businesses. You cannot operate in a silo. Energy cannot work by itself. It has to have an end result, an end product. And the end product is to ensure that we can use it to the benefit of the people of this country. So it is with our food resources. Madam Speaker, we are living in a digital age. ICT activities. And all around the world, you're hearing about digital transformation. Indeed, everything is done online. The business places overseas boast of one of the highest turnover that they've had during last year because of COVID, when 80% of the population shop online. This is the way things are going. The traditional way of shopping is going out of the window. And so, Madam Speaker, our ICT programs must be in place. We must, as a small country, start using digital transformation to our benefit. The workforce, the remote workers program. And may I remind us that we are one of the many countries who have remote workers program. And yesterday when I heard a member saying that we only got $48,000, $48,000 for government, they fail to understand that this is government fees. The spin-off from the workers' remote program is significant in terms of rental of properties, rental of cars, buying food, children going to school, paying for school for maids. This spin-off is not $48,000. It is significant, but it's the private sector who benefits from this, not government, but still, it is the economy. They fail to see it. It's the narrow-mindedness of the opposition, Madam Speaker, that they cannot see beyond their big toe. That's the problem they have. No one is so blind as he who cannot see, who chose not to see. I could see, but even if you lead me, I don't want to see, I can't find my way. I rather like the establishment of the digital marketplace, where agricultural produce and even other produce can be uploaded, so that I can click on my computer, my iPhone, and see what's available on the market and the price, or who has it. This, Madam Speaker, is innovation. This is what this government is all about. We are not the traditional government. We do not behave as the traditional government. We are looking forward. We have a plan for this country, to take this country into the new normal, out of the new normal into a period of opportunity and progress. That is where we are going. And it's only these things will help us. If we continue to listen to the opposition and the way they're stuck in their old ways, we'll never move forward. But we will not. We will move forward. Yes, the minister spoke about the integration of the various payment systems and the application forms and working with HR, Human Resource Development Department to get things done. You're tired. Just an example, Madam Speaker. Somebody comes to Montserrat and wants to do business. The individual goes to Land Development Authority, goes to Lands and Survey to apply for land holding license. He lives there, he goes up to Ministry of Agriculture. Then he goes down to Financial Service Commission. Then he goes up to the registry. He walked through all of his office, Madam Speaker, to get one form filled out. We are saying that that ought not to be the case. You sit in your home, you go online, and you apply for whatever you need, you pay for it online, and you get your receipt online. That is the era in which we are living, and that is where we are going. Clearly, the old way of doing business is no longer the way we must go. How nice it is that I can stay at home and renew my driver's license. I can stay at home and renew my vehicle license. This is innovation for Montserrat. This is what we're talking about. Not walking down, I go down to Ministry of Commerce and Works, like this month end. Some people can't afford to pay until month end. The line is long, you spend 2 hours down there waiting. I sit in my home, click my computer, go online, pay my bills. I want everybody in this country to pay their bills online. People overseas who have their property tax. Why do you have to send a check down here to pay the property tax? Why not go online and pay it with your credit card? That is where we are going. As a matter of fact, government disposable income would become faster, because whereas you're waiting for a check to come, your money is coming daily. So your money is in the treasury. This is where we are going. So, but they want us to sit down here and say, okay, send me a check from England to pay my property tax. Send me a check to pay for my whatever it is. No, we are moving away from that. But the problem we have is that because this country changes its government so often, forgive me, administration to which I'm associated with, every time we come into office, we put in place structures and programs. The next government removes them. And here we are again, let's start over. The people of Montserrat have to wake up. You can't entrust your future to people who do not have your interests at heart. All they talk about people, they're only using you for themselves. That's all they want. They have no interest in people. All they talk about people. All of a sudden, some people have become converted. They are people lovers. Whereas there are times when they used to drive with a vehicle, drive car glass up all the way. They don't give anybody driving a car. All of a sudden, they are converted human concern about people. Poor them. All of a sudden, the only reason why they speak about people is because, I won't go down that road, Madam Speaker. Let me don't go down that road. Madam Speaker, life must go on. And the opposition chose not to be here this morning. Having gone through, and I don't want to use languages that you're going to rule me out on, so I will not use them. Having paraded last night, this afternoon, with a number of innuendos and untruths and all kinds of things, they are afraid this morning to listen to the rebuttal so we can refute and bring the truth to the people of this country. They refuse to sit in the House to hear the truth because they know that what they said yesterday is untruth, it's misleading. But I will still say it, Madam Speaker. My job is to represent the people. There are some of them who taxpayers' money paid them for months, and they don't reside in this country. Months. And they're talking. Months. Taxpayers' money paying them, and they're not here. They are not here to represent them. Represent the people who vote for them. Huh? And I won't say the other one who's getting government money, and I won't say that one. Madam Speaker, I was cautioned, don't let them ride this morning. I'm glad they're not here, though. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. A good thing they're not here. Okay, Madam Speaker, so where am I? Madam Speaker, it is clear that the members of the opposition expected a book from me on Thursday night with every single detail of the budget. They want detail on this, they want detail on that. It is clear that they deliberately decide not to understand the layout, not the contents of the budget. Or as a former member of their team said, maybe they just didn't read it because they're not accustomed to read anything. If they had read it, Madam Speaker, they could not have come here and say that there's nothing in the budget. What's the phrase? It's a zero budget. But I'll show them where we are. And I was to walk with two budgets, previous budgets, to show them zero budget, but I refrained from doing so. Clearly, the member's job is to show that the Honorable Romeo started yesterday morning. They set him up. They set him up. And he didn't know they're sidelining him. They make sure that they're allowed to speak to anything on the budget. He spoke for 90 minutes on the UK budget. 90 minutes. Telling us how much the UK borrowed, how much the UK gave, how much the UK... The UK borrowed, yes, because they had the ability to borrow. But he spent that time talking all about the UK budget and never gave us one single thing that he thinks we should have done differently. Nothing. Not one. He never suggested one single thing that we should or could have put in the budget. He argued about the MOU. What's a memorandum of understanding? The MOU is simply an agreement between the government of Montserrat and the UK to say how we're going to spend the £23.6 million, the conditions on which we get it. That's all it says. It says nothing, has nothing to do with this document, absolutely nothing. It simply spells out that you have to do your auditing, you have to do your due diligence, you have to report anti-corruption, and the Honorable former Premier knows that it's a basic document. He has experience. As a matter of fact, he never showed it to one of his ministers before. I was told by his ministers that they never see it, but all of a sudden, he asked for MOU. There's nothing to hide. When he goes online, he'll see it. There's nothing to hide. It's a basic agreement. MOU is an agreement. It's a big word, yes. It's an agreement between the government of Montserrat and the British government to say how we're going to spend the money and what they expect us to spend it on and how. That's all. Yeah? He wants to talk about a non-national law. I'm going to talk about that later. I won't speak as early. He doesn't understand that the budget is what we're debating. He got the estimates of revenue and expenditure a few days, sometime last week. He called me to ask me about another e-copy of the estimate. So the member, you have the copy? You have it already? Because they don't read. Right? People who advise them people advising them, and that's all they do. They just take what the people advise them on. They can't think for themselves. What's that? Madam Speaker, the members, sorry, I lost my, okay, fine. Okay, sorry, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Clearly, the tactics of the opposition yesterday is summed up in the words of Honorable Hogan. I don't want to say anything good about the budget. Those were his exact words. I don't want to say anything good about the budget, even, unquote, even if there is something good in it. That's exactly their position yesterday afternoon and last night. Even if there's something good in the budget, we're not going to highlight it. And I understand them, the opposition. It's my job to highlight those now, that people can hear what we have. It's their role, the opposition, they don't have to make me look good, make the government look good. But we will make ourselves, we will show what we are doing, that people can understand and get the other side of the picture. They totally ignore anything positive. And not only did they misconstrue the facts, but they, no, I won't say that word. I'm not saying that. Madam Speaker, don't rule me out of order. They misconstrued the facts, and they don't speak truth. There were just about, for the how much hours that they spent, there were about 4 talking points that they raised yesterday afternoon, last night. The cost of living, the new tariff, and they are connected, which had no direct bearing on food or building material. They spoke about access subsidy, and they spoke about the social security. And everything else, they waffled over it, everything else. Minister Hogan took time out to look through the estimates, and he totally did not understand what he was looking at. And the interpretation there was totally, and I'll show that later. He just did not understand what he was talking about. And notice he identified all the decreases, but never highlighted any increases. But as I said earlier, the budget, some budget lines were directly redirected to facilitate our programs going forward. Hence, you do have some reductions in some lines, but you also have some increases. The Honorable Romeo really did not say much, apart from talking about the UK budget and how much millions and billions they spend. And then, of course, they set him up for his pet talk. In 1994, in 2014, they remember sat on that side of the house. And for months, he campaigned about the poor and the single women, single mothers. He campaigned on social services and $900. That was his tune in this house for months. 2004. And what he didn't realize is that all his colleagues tell me yesterday afternoon, just talk about it again. Just sideline him. So he came back and he talked about single mothers. And we understand, we are human. We are fathers and mothers on this side. We are guardians, aunts and uncles. We understand what hardship is, as I said before. And we understand that COVID did in fact create some hardship for some people. There are people who are struggling. We are not naive to that. We know that there are people who are struggling. But whereas we will take things and give to people, they send people to social services. Every time a member of the community asks one of them for something, they send them across to social services. That's what they do. But we understand what hardship is. And so clearly, Madam Speaker, there are some persons who are having some difficult times because they're not working. And that is why I'm saying to us, as members of this House, we need to ensure that we encourage persons to take the vaccine so that we can open the country so the people who work in the tourism sector can start working again. But when members on the opposition side is going around telling people that the vaccine is not safe, and they themselves are not taking it, and I don't include Honorable Osborne, because I know he's vaccinated. I know that. So I don't include him in that discourse. But when members on the opposition side is discouraging people from taking the vaccine, It simply means that they want to keep the people in the same in the same position so they can have them to use them as tools to talk about. That's all. They're using them as their conversation. Because the moment that people start improving their lifestyle, they're not beholden to anybody. The opposition members want people to be beholden them, to come to them and complain, so they have a talking point. I am saying to the opposition members, encourage the population to get vaccinated. We need to reach that 70, 75, 80% herd immunity. The country needs to be open. People need to go back to work. And that can only happen, that will happen safely if you take up your responsibility as elected representative and encourage people in this country to be vaccinated, get vaccinated. While you continue to tell people don't get vaccinated because you want to hold them, you want to keep them beholden to you. But they will not. People know what they want. People strive for what they want. Madam Speaker, the difference between myself and the member, Honorable Roman, who just came in. Thank you very much for coming. Just reach. The others are almost on the way listening. The difference between myself and the member, member Romeo, is that I do not subscribe to a first-class philosophy. I don't. I know that the UK do have a responsibility and obligation to meet our reasonable needs. I know that, and I understand that. They have an obligation to meet our reasonable needs. But the devil is in interpretation of the phrase, meet your reasonable needs. It's a matter of interpretation. And this notion that we are part of the British family, diplomacy, Madam Speaker, you cannot be fooled by diplomacy. I understand what they want to say. But if what they're saying is what they mean, I don't believe so. So if you want to believe that we have full rights to everything, which I certainly wish we had, full rights to everything that the UK has, by all means would have been great. But you know better than I do. That is just talk. Members have gone to the UN to talk about what not. The UN does not have any authority. They can simply report. Granted, they can report, yes. But I believe in our independence. And when I say independence, I don't mean political independence. I mean that we have to strive, Madam Speaker, to become economic independence. And it will not happen in a budgetary aid framework. It will not happen. We have to make sacrifices. We have to go on our own and improve, find our own monies, and develop our country. If we are going to depend on granting aid, we're going to be in this position for the next 100 years. That is clear. So this thing about me sitting down waiting, yes, I will negotiate, I will ask, but I will still seek out other avenues so that at least the people of Montserrat can have a better lifestyle. Excuse me, Madam Speaker, I'm just checking the switch. I'm not seeing charging here. I'm just seeing if it's charging, please. Sorry. Sorry? Yeah, okay. Sorry. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm just getting my power. Right, so it doesn't leave me on the way. Okay, yeah, charging. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Madam Speaker, last year, when the government reported that he negotiated with FCDO for first tranche of assistance, and we got through in March, the end of March, I note that later on, we went up for a second had the second discussion, and we weren't successful because of many things. UK wanted data that we didn't have. What is strange is that the Honorable Romeo decided that he was going to negotiate with the UK, with the FCDO. And I was notified, and I suggested that he take the team with him, rather himself, the opposition team with him. And so they were invited because, in other words, he would have gone by himself. They had discussion with the FCDO about aid, about stimulus, about whatever it is.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Romeo.
Madam Speaker,
You should be standing when
the
you
Honourable
speak.
Premier is not stating it correctly.
What's the point of order?
For clarity, the opposition cannot negotiate with DFID and did not try to negotiate with DFID. We had a meeting, as all oppositions are allowed, to discuss whatever is happening between the government of Montserrat and DFID. We cannot negotiate, we did not negotiate. Thank you.
The clarification is noted that the opposition does not negotiate with FCDO. They had a meeting, not a negotiation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Semantics don't work, Madam Speaker. Meeting, the idea of the meeting was to ensure that they get more money for Montserrat. Long and short. And that's negotiation. No matter what you call it. You will call it meeting, negotiation. The mere fact you thought that the government was not doing a good job, and you went with a meeting, whatever it is, saying that you could get more money, because that was the intention. And up to now, we don't know. Up to now, we have not received any word as to what they receive, because that's how they operate. And the point is, I know they were talking, because the thing about the UK, they tell you what you're doing. They don't hide anything from anybody. We are government, and you're opposition, and they will tell you clearly that you want to talk. Listen, not talk, has nothing to do with me. But, Madam Speaker, that's the nature of the beast we're working with. You don't know. Okay, stop. The honourable members talk about plan to tax the population of Montserrat. It came from more than one member of the opposition yesterday. And I'm asking them to point out to us where in the budget statement that I indicated that there's any new tax measures in this fiscal year. Where in the budget statement that I stated that there's going to be any new tax measures for this fiscal year. They won't find it because it's not true. The government of Montserrat have absolutely no plan, spoke at no point in time of raising taxes. Raise tax on what? The people of Montserrat already high, one of the highest tax in the region. We know that. You can't find nothing to tax anybody on. The UK will come out and say all kinds of things to you, but what are you going to tax people on? Our company tax is high. Our own personal income tax is high. Tax on everything, is high. So there is absolutely no truth in it. And I'm surprised that elected representatives will use every ploy to convince people that they are better than the other side. I'm surprised that responsible elected representatives will use anything to get reelected because it's a campaign they're on, to get reelected. I'm surprised that they will speak untruth. We have a God, we have a soul, we have a conscience. It doesn't bother us when we are saying things that is not true. How do we sleep at night without conscience if we do have any? And I do not make false statements. I never once accused the government of the day of doing anything that I can't defend. I can't prove. Never. But that's the name of the game. And so I live with it, but I'll continue to push on for the people of this country. They are my number one priority right now. Getting Montserrat out of what we're in to a better place. I want to compliment Honorable Osborne for giving us one positive point yesterday afternoon. One. And in spite of what he was saying, which didn't make sense about the way we reduce the cost of construction, and I'm wondering whether I should speak this now or speak it later. Let me speak to this now. The notion that the opposition is giving the people of Montserrat is that the government of Montserrat has raised tariffs, and that as a result, food items have gone up. As a result of those increased tariffs, that the cost of construction material has gone up. As a cost of those tariffs, the inflation rate has changed. Nothing far from the truth. In April of this year, the government of Montserrat, and I have a piece of document here that I said, let me find it, made a decision to increase tariff on a limited amount of items for specific reasons. Limited amount of items for specific reasons. We chose to raise tariff on sugary drinks. That's the big thing. And I'm wondering, I'm not sure if Pine Hill juice fall in sugary drinks. I don't know. But sugary drinks, that seemed to be the big thing. Soda, Coke. Madam Speaker, 1 of 4 of our children in adolescence in Montserrat is either overweight or risk overweight. 1 of 4, 25% of our children in Montserrat is either overweight or have the risk of being overweight and obesity. That is the facts. Those are the facts. Adults suffering from 1 or more non-communicable diseases, chronic diseases such as hypertension and diabetes, high cholesterol. This government is responsible for the health of the nation as well. We must provide finances to fly people overseas, Medivac. We must provide finances to put medication. We must provide finances to hire doctors and nurses. We have a responsibility to ensure that we help the best way we can to protect the health of the nation. And if sugary drinks is a problem, we will stand by that decision, that we want to reduce the incidences of NCDs and obesity in this country. And if this will help us, we determine that we will do it. Soda is not a basic item. No, it's not. Sugary drinks is not a basic item. And I don't want to, because yesterday I heard someone talking about mangoes, but I don't want to talk about mangoes, because if I said it, somebody will go with and all about the place. But Madam Speaker, we have to become innovative. There are ways and means that we can use local resources and reduce our incidences of hypertension and diabetes, and we must begin to do it. In our schools, in our homes, in our churches, and in the clinics, we have to start teaching our children that soft drink is not the answer. And I make no apologies, Madam Speaker, on that tariff, because that increase, because it is bad for the health of the nation. It is bad. And you don't make these decisions in isolation. You have the health professionals and others who you talk to. So you don't make these in isolation. No. The difference between this government and previous ones, when we get ideas, we look through them, and sometimes we make decisions, we act. We are not afraid to do it. Not to the detriment of the people, but in the interests, the best interests of the people we serve. So, Madam Speaker, I go back to the thing about tariffs. We have not touched tariff on building material. And we said a few weeks ago on a radio program, if you are reasonable people, you have the internet. The community market every day explain to us what is happening. Steel has gone up. And clearly, if steel goes up, the CIF value when it comes in, government get more revenue. But it's not all we're making. If steel goes up, the CIF value will go up. For those of us in business understand what it means by CIF, You add your costs, your insurance, and your freight together when it comes in here for custom duty, and so government will get more. It's not something that we like. In 2016, Madam Speaker, the cost of steel went up because China was buying a lot of steel. 2016, the price of steel went up. There are local businessmen who got together and went and found a source to purchase steel at a lower price. Clearly, Madam Speaker, the price of steel will have slight increase in the cost of construction. Because if you're using 3 tons of steel for your house, and you now have to pay additional $3,000, that's $3,000 you didn't budget for. So we understand that. But that is no making of the government. It is clearly the international commodity market that determined that. Lumber is going up, not our fault. And we explained that COVID has reduced production in a number of sectors. Your poultry, your medication. Look at it. Look at what happened to your PPEs and your sanitizers and your Lysol. Look at what happened to them. The prices went up, and price will continue to go, because if you understand marketing, sometimes governments pay their producers not to produce to keep the price at a certain level, because when the price drops, it's to their disadvantage. So right now, there's a shortage of commodity. The price is going to go up. The whole idea of supply and demand is what determines your prices. And if there's a shortage of commodities on the market, clearly the prices are going to go up. So this thing about us increasing tariff have absolutely nothing to do with food. We touch no food item except soft drink, right? But what they fail to tell us, Madam Speaker, is that we also reduce the tariff on clothing. So people can now buy their children's school clothes for next school term at the duties less. Hopefully, and this is my fear, hopefully the merchants would pass on the subsidies to the consumer. This is my fear. We give you a subsidy, we give something off, and it's not passed on, because you can clearly determine how you pass it on. You can say, no, your price gone up, but not. Honestly, I think that they should. So we have reduced the cost on clothing. Almost all clothing. We have reduced the cost on live animals. We have reduced the tariff on sanitary pads and tampons. Clearly, Madam Speaker, these guys don't think that women is important. So when we do these things, we have women on our team. We understand what we are doing. We're not just doing them so. We're concerned about people, young people. And if money is not stowing, I have daughters, I have wives, I know what it means to do that thing. Wife, sorry, I have a wife. I know what it means. I know what they have to buy every month to do what. So if you reduce, take the burden off that, what is wrong with that? Something wrong with that? Clearly. But these guys, the opposition members, don't seem to understand the importance of these things, and they talk about they care about people. They don't care about people. They don't care about themselves. Madam Speaker, let me get back on track. So then, clearly, there's nothing. There's no increased tariff, no increased taxes, and there's nothing that we increase in tariff have to do with the cost of living. I understand that the cost of living index is about 1%. The inflation rate is about 1% now, I understand. Clearly it might go up because prices are moving, and it will go up, and we have no control over that. Yes, I've spoken to my office and the business team to look at where we are in terms of the monitoring of the basic price on basic food items, on the price of food items, because there's a basket, the food basket, and those are under price control. And so all you have to do is to make sure we monitor those commodities in that food basket to ensure that the ordinary man can still continue to buy, and that there's no inflated prices because there's nothing that we did to change that. But the trade division will be working on that shortly to ensure that the merchants do not exploit the poor people in the low-income bracket in that particular food basket. So that is something that I think Honorable Osborne spoke about that, and I want to show you staff to know we're doing that. We start working on that already because we understand what it means to make sure that you're able to stretch your dollar. I said Honorable Osborne made one valid point. It's when he said the children who may not have Wi-Fi at home. And for me, this is what you want to hear from your opposition. Yeah. So then it gives us food for thought. How can we go out there and find out which children in which area cannot access Wi-Fi, but do need Wi-Fi and need a laptop to do their work? And so I'm certain that Honorable Hector will work on that to tell us and let us know exactly how we can negotiate with service providers to put either hotspots or to give concession to vulnerable children so they can do their homework. That is something positive, and that's what they expect from the opposition, but clearly that's not what's coming from them. So thank you, Honorable Osborne, for that intervention. Not that we didn't know, but you brought it to the fore, and I thought about it, and I said, yes, this is something that we could start talking about. Thank you very much for that. Madam Speaker, my good family, Honorable Hogan, people must not talk on subjects that they're not versed with. They must not do it. If you're not an accountant, don't talk about accounts. If you're not a physicist, don't talk about physics. Talk about what you know. Talk about what you know. Yesterday afternoon, he really said nothing much, although he was kind of better than he used to be, at least. He was a little better than he usually is, because he had some preparation. I don't know how, but he had some kind of preparation. But he spent a lot of time on the budget estimate, which is what debate is all about. I must commend him for that. That's what the budget is all about. Look at the estimates, income, revenue expenditure, and see where you find mistakes and find faults, and bring them to the fore. That's your job. He tried, but he has failed. He highlighted all the cuts, but he never mentioned one increase. And as I said earlier on, I prefaced my presentation by saying we have redirected some lines, some budget funds, to ensure that we introduce new lines to the budget and new operations. We have said that. He never said to us that there is an increase in allowances, which include your increments and so. He never said to us that there's an increase in salaries by $2 million. He never said that to us. He never said to us, he picked out all the lines that were reduced. And clearly, there is a reason. When your budget director and your FS and others work on a budget, we work with ministries, we don't work in isolation. So clearly, there is a rationale behind moving money from one line to the next or cutting one line to the next. Has to be a reason. What was your expenditure last year? How much did you spend? Did you spend off all your money, or did you have it in your vote at the end of the financial year? Then clearly you didn't need it. So of course we take it back from you. So there has to be cuts. But one thing he pointed out, well, he pointed out a cut, which is about regional affairs. If your regional affairs bill was high last year, and you paid your arrears off, clearly your regional affairs budget for this year will cut. Which is exactly what happened. Last year we were carrying what do you call it? Arrears in regional affairs and salary and pensions. Those were cleared off. So clearly, the allocation for this year for pensions and regional affairs is going to be less, because over the years they were carrying those arrears. Now they are not there. All he had to do, and the thing is, I understand, he was asked to pick up the fourth quarterly reports, and he didn't, because if he had done so, he would have seen the rationale for the cuts in the budget. But you think he's right. He failed to pick it up, unlike the other members who picked up their copy of the budget performance review report. He didn't pick it up. So that is why he was unable to express himself in the manner in which he should have. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yeah. This document provides us with the fourth quarter of performance of the budget. This, 4 quarters, quarter by quarter. He could have gone in and see how much we spent in first quarter, second quarter, what was the revenue in first quarter, revenue in second quarter. He could have done it. But rather than come in here and make himself what he's not, he spoke off his head. Typical boy, typical of my colleague and my family. So we have not decreased anything because the cuts, simply because there are no need for the added amounts, and increased amounts in those budgets. And he further linked this to talk about the tariff. I'm not even saying about tariff. He spoke to the fact that we are raising $11 million in new revenue locally. My colleague, my family, my friend, do not talk about what you don't know. Ask questions first. Madam Speaker, he spoke about 12 million and he said 11 million, but I believe it's 11 million. He said we are raising $11 million more in revenue. Last year, because of COVID, the approved local revenue was reduced from 48.7 million to 37.7 million last year because of COVID. That's why we had deficit. It was reduced, the approved budget, the approved local revenue was reduced from 48.7 to 37.7 million. However, the outturn of our local revenue increased from 37.7 million to 48.7 million. Let me make sure I get it right. Make sure I get it right. You're wrong. The outturn was out of last year, for this financial year just gone here, was 48.2, as against the budgeted approved 37.7. So clearly, we gained $11 million more in revenue, in local revenue, over the last year, not because we tax anybody, but because the budget performed, the trade and everything performed better than projected. So we had an increase of $11 million. What we did is simply bring back the real figure of 37. As a matter of fact, we reduced that figure from 47.8, from 48.2. 1 second, please. Let me make sure I'm not putting anything out there that I can't defend. The outturn for last year, this financial year, was 48.7, as against 48.7, as against 37.7. So we gained $11 million in business, trade and port tax, duty and other things, consumption tax, which you call. The $11 million came in, but we didn't budget for it earlier because we didn't realize that we were going to get it. So this year, what happens is that the real figure goes back into the budget of 42. As a matter of fact, the local revenue is down in this year's budget by $0.5 million. But so rather than placing 48.7, it's now 42 point. It's now 42.8, 48.2. It's now 48.2 as against 48.7 last year. So we have not changed the figures. We have not raised taxes. There's no increased taxes. It's just that the figure has gone back to normal figure as it was last year in the budget. But the honourable member don't understand. And they're telling people, oh, government raised $11 million tax on them. Far from the truth. Far from the truth. So you see, and this is how they plan to mislead and deceive and people down the road. This is how they plan to do it. And I dread. The honourable member spoke about subsidies. And for the life of me, I don't understand how responsible people could be hemming so long over a ferry removal. And I ask questions as to why. I ask questions, why is it these people making so much noise about ferry gone and the ferry was not working? People, international travel is down. But there's a bit of, in the integrity legislation, it speaks that if you get anything, if you get gifts, as a parliamentarian, as a minister, you have to report it to government. You have to report it. My understanding is what I understand, and that I realize, oh, so people are benefiting from the ferry by themselves. So because they're benefiting, I took away from them their benefits. But let's forget about that right now. The subsidy, because all this heff and hem about ferry going and barling and quarreling, what does it have to do? It's government money you're talking about. 6-point-something billion you're talking about the ferry sitting in the waters, not moving, and you're calling that I suspend the ferry movement. Because what? Clearly, some people were benefiting from the ferry. And that's a problem. That's why you understand. I'm going to say it in here. I have immunity inside here, so I'm going to say it inside here. He speaks about subsidy. We came into office, Madam Speaker, and there is an $18,000 monthly operational fee that's paid to both airlines since when? We met it here. Am I not correct? $80,000 that we paid to fly Montserrat fee? $18,000 per month is paid to both airlines. I met it in place, and we continued. It is to help to offset some operational costs. We didn't introduce it. It was introduced, it was there, and we met it. Having suspended the ferry service, we decided that we were going to use some of the access money to reduce the fare, to make it easier for people to travel. So, whereas the one-way fare was $150, we gave the passenger $150 on the airline subsidy for tickets guarantee, and $300 for ticket guarantee, which is the normal fare on the ferry. So we were subsidizing the tickets, not the agency, not the owner. We paid the passenger with $150 for one way and $300 for two-way on the airline. So at least they pay half fare out of their own pocket, which is why they would pay $300 on the ferry in any case. And we subsequently, I think a few months ago, last month, a slight increase of $20 for each one-way fare because of the season in which we're in. So we're now paying $170 for one way, $340 for two way. And that goes to the passenger. That goes to the people of Montserrat. It does not go to the airline. So there's no additional subsidy paid to the passenger, to the airline, except the $18,000 which has been paid from God knows when. You look at me and tell me you're spending $6.5 million on a ferry and people paying $300. And you're telling me that the subsidy on the aircraft is more than the ferry, that is subsidy on the ferry? You're telling me that? That passengers are being subsidized on the aircraft higher than on a ferry? $6.5 million as against 18 times 12, 96, $96,000 a year. 18 times 12. 12, 19, 12 and 9. $170,000 a year. How much? $260 a year. Which we're paying to which airline? As against $6.5 million on ferry. Are you telling me that the subsidy on the airline is higher than the ferry than subsidy on the ferry? Come on, what math you get? If you don't understand math, keep out on Bill Hogan. Don't understand math, keep out. Or the people who are helping you misleading you. They're misleading you, clearly misleading you. Because it has to be cheaper to travel on the aircraft right now. And you're paying $300, and the subsidy of government save money by doing that. Don't tell me you have to have a ferry sitting down and pay that kind of money. Come on, come on. So we have introduced no new taxes. The tariff has nothing to do with increased food in the stores and shops. Neither does it have anything to do with increased commodity billing supplies. It does in fact affect soft drinks, and I say so, and we know that. We know from day one that is why we did it. It does in fact increase the cost on tobacco. We knew that, and we talk about healthy lifestyle. That's what we're talking about. Madam Speaker, the Social Security, and I'm going to talk to it now because Honorable Lois, opposite leader, spoke to it, so I'll talk it once and for all. In 2018, the actual report was given to the government of the day, indicating that the fund was in trouble. 2018 June, yeah, but I think, yeah. That actual report was given to the government of the day, indicating that the government was in trouble, that the fund was in trouble, and something needs to be done now to ensure that you save the fund. Madam Speaker, this Social Security fund is the only safety net which some people have when they retire, when they get into old age. The only safety net that some people would have unless they go to social services. And social services will not be able to provide assistance to everybody if there's no social security. Social services will not be able to do it. So the only social safety net that people have when they reach 65 and retired is social security. It means then that this must be a priority for government. Last year in my budget statement, I addressed the topic, and Honorable Hogan said, we can't do nothing now. Although, so you clearly, Madam Speaker, they were not in unison. They didn't know what was happening one another. They weren't talking to one another. clearly. Because if you have an actual report, which Cabinet received, and I mentioned in here in June last year, and you're saying that people can't take out no more cost now. Yes, it's a cost to people, I agree, but it's an investment. It's a savings. And I want people to see it that way. See Social Security as an investment, as a saving for old age or with days. Don't see that as somebody taking away your money. See that you are investing in your future so you can live a more comfortable life when you reach a certain age. That's how I see it. But the member said that can't take no money. Now they're raising it as an issue. I raised the budget last year. I called the opposition members a few months ago for us to have a discussion on the way forward. I noticed Minister Honorable Lewis said that we are going to increase fees for Social Security yesterday. I called the opposition members a few months ago to sit with us so that we can discuss a way forward. Honorable Romeo showed up, and Honorable Lewis showed up. Honorable Hogan did not show up. Honorable Hogan and Honorable Lewis came with their bare hands. They had nothing to offer. And they left the meeting with saying nothing to us in terms of a way forward. What we were told is that Honorable Lewis says he's going to do a PAC hearing on the Social Security Fund. I was a member of the PAC. I was president of the PAC, so I understand and I'm important. But the actual report is the authority that you have. So what are you going? I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I want you to do it. He could do it. But the actual report gives you all the recommendation, gives you the impact, the impact that the fund was having at the, and talk about the investment and whether the investment is properly distributed. What you need to do now, what needs to be done. It's laid out in the actual report. And the government of the day had it in 2018 and did nothing to it because they left office because they want to tell the people of Montserrat that is my government is putting burden on them to increase Social Security. But if Social Security Fund is not looked after, it's going to fail. And it's not Honorable Hogan and Lewis who's going to suffer, because I think they know they got back their pension. It is the people who contribute to the fund is going to suffer. And that is why we have to do something. Because Honorable Hogan and Honorable Lewis might be getting their pension from government. But the old people, the poor people who are working now and paying their little money in Social Security will not have a fund to go back to. And that is why we must do something now. And I'm asking the opposition, don't play politics with people's lives. Don't play politics with people's livelihood. Let us move forward and put something in place to secure the fund so that people can have a life after they retire. That is our responsibility. Madam Speaker, they want to tell the demonstration that my government want to raise Social Security to some point. We may have to do it. We may have to do it. It's not running away. The choice is, there's a stark choice between what we do now. Either we do it or we let the fund die. That's the position. Either we do it or the fund die. And I cannot allow the fund to die because there are people out there who are depending on it. If the opposition wants to play politics with it, that is fine. I will take the message to the, I asked the board to take the message to the public, and I will take it to the public next week as to where we are. They know about it because we spoke about it, but I will take it to them next week that they know where we are because something has to be done. The actual report said it must be done immediately. It should have started last year. And the ironic, the strange thing about it, the honorable leader of the opposition was on Social Security board before into politics. He knew the fund was in trouble since then, 2014. He was a member of the board. So what he was sitting there doing nothing, and he encouraged to continue pay early retirement from the fund. And actually changed legislation in here in 2016 to ensure that reduce the percentage and make sure that early pension was paid. These are the things that impact the fund because people are retiring at 60, still working, not paying to the fund and claiming from the fund. That will happen. Once you reach 60, you claim early retirement. And you're not contributing to the fund because you retire. But you're working still and paying nothing to the fund and still claiming your early retirement. This is what's killing the fund. And he contributed to it. That is why he's not here this morning. Because you don't want to hear that. He sat on the board. He was Labour Minister. And he must have an interest in the people who work in Montserrat, whose money come out and they can't benefit from it. Another part of the fund is that there are employers who deduct people money from their salaries and don't pay it in. He was Minister of Labor, and he did nothing to stop it, to prevent it, right? So let the minister come and tell the people of Montserrat that MCAP government want to increase Social Security. Let him tell you what is to be done. Let it die, as Mr. Hogan said yesterday afternoon. Mr. Hogan said, let it die. Sure, that's what he said yesterday afternoon. Put a note here from him. Yes, he don't care, let it die. He should be here to defend it because I don't want to talk behind his back, but that's what he said. It's not my fault, he's not here. So yes, Madam Speaker, the Social Security Fund has to be dealt with. We have already spoken, as a matter of fact, the thing about the FCDO or DFO, we call them, I don't know who give them information, but long before we get this, when government receives, they have it too. They have the document of the actual report. We discussed it in FAM in January. We have an idea what the UK should do. But the UK will not move until we move. That's how they behave. You could talk, your throat dry. We explained to them, FS, if I'm not mistaken, what we expect of them. I think we did. Yes, we did. But we also expect to do something to it. And we'll work on it. By next Legislative Assembly, we will have a paper in this House moving Social Security forward. It's hard. People is going to lose a little more money, but I tell you, consider it as a saving and an investment, and not as a deduction. And you will see it in a positive light. Affordable housing, I don't need to speak that anymore. The Cleaners Co-op. The Cleaners Co-op. Madam Speaker, that's a headache, it's a nightmare for us. In 2012, 2013, thereabout, the government of the day decided that they want to reduce the number of persons on the nominal roll. And they asked persons, the cleaners, to voluntarily take redundancy and to form themselves into a co-op, which they did. Yes, they paid them out, and they formed it in a co-op. The governor, the officer of the deputy governor was supposed to work along with them to ensure that they formulate themselves properly. For whatever happens, we don't know, but they were out there. The co-op wasn't being formed, and they were being paid without any contract. They had a service level agreement at one point, and they weren't paid. In 2018, thereabout, Madam Clerk, the PAC decided to do an inquiry into the operation of the Cleaners Co-op, the PAC, because we wanted to make sure that they were looked after. We did an inquiry, and we found out that they were left on their own for all these years. Left on their own. And the recommendation was that government should immediately take action to assist them in preparing themselves to manage the operation. And that was with the government, Honorable Romeo's government, and we did a report here in the House. We presented and tabled it in the House. So it wasn't secret. It was tabled in this House. Madam Speaker, we came into office in 2019, November. November. And in January, Honorable Dorset and myself, February, Honorable Hector Dorset and myself met with the executive of the co-op, of the group, because they were no longer a co-op, they were a group. And they were operating without any agreement, any contract, anything. And when we met with them, we were told by them that HR is trying to get them to sign a one-year contract. After all these years, nobody did anything, including the previous administration, including Mr. Lewis, who was Minister of Labor and a former union member. Nobody did anything about it. So they were there. And we had meetings with them, Mr. Hector and myself. We had meetings with the HR people to say, well, what's the next step? They had this argument about a one-year contract. And the people were saying, look, well, you can't give us a one-year contract. I don't know, the AG might not agree, but the people have had a reasonable expectation that they were going to be given a job without having to bid for it. That was the expectation they had when they started off. And they still have that expectation that they were put out there to form a group and that the job to clean government business was theirs. And they will get a lawyer and they will take us to court and they might very win. Because that is the expectation they had. For whatever reason, that expectation is still there, but it has not been achieved. So, okay, yes, you have procurement rules. I know that, I hear that. But Montserrat is not the only. Procurement rules are there. But their precedent has been set in the United Kingdom, where governments give larger contracts to people and companies and groups. So it's not a new thing for us. We tend to want to operate in Montserrat alone, but the process is being set where government can give the cleaners a longer contract if they want to. But there's, you see, personality, we must also take personality out of government business and operate above board. Take personality out and things will be better. I have a strong feeling that there's some little thing playing, but that's not for me too. For me. I had a discussion with procurement. They have a note last week that instruction was given to procurement to go out to tender. I learned that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the case. That's wrong. But government, what did government do? What have the government before did? What may government doing now? Nothing wrong with that, because that's the procedure. But this government failed to understand that in late 2019, they put together a set of procurement rules which made it more difficult for small bidders to get government contract. A whole set of them. 2019, about September, thereabouts. A whole set of procurement rules which made it more difficult for small businesses to get government contracts. So I don't know what you're talking about. They're making a hullabaloo of the cleaners and government. But they have failed because they did nothing to help the co-op over the years. For 5 years, they were under them, and they did nothing. But, Madam Speaker, we will work and see how best we can do it. Ms. Hepton and myself and others will work with whoever to see how best we can work around this. No make promises, but we will see. Sand mining. Madam Speaker, I'm getting there. And when Honorable Lewis worked so much last night, he didn't say anything, so I don't have much. He said last night, you don't need a brain when things are good. So that's fine. That's what he said last night. So you don't need a brain when things are good. So when things are bad, that's when you need brain. So we have the brain now. That's why we're here, because we have the brain now. Because when things were good, they didn't do anything. But it's all right. Sand mining, Madam Speaker, is one of the few resources and the benefits that we have derived from the volcanic eruption. And there are a couple of sand miners in the business, and government have been giving concessions over the years. Contrary to what the minister said yesterday afternoon, that only one person gets a whole heap of concession. I have here in my bag a number of concessions that have been given to sand miners from since 2010 until now. They got almost everything they want. And if a new sand miner come in and said, and it's not even a sand miner, not even a sand miner, come in and said they want some concession. Government is free. Government gives concession to people who are new businesses, start a business, or in the business already. But sand mining is critical for us. And I know the Honorable Minister of Health, the Minister of Agriculture is working assiduously to expand the resource base for these commodities, because they claim that where they are in the Lower Belém Valley, sand is being depleted, although there's much sand below, but we can't go below the bridge because of legal implications. So he's working assiduously with to have them go into other areas. But as I hinted in my budget statement, that the sand miners will do everything possible within the limit of the risk assessment to protect them and to make sure that they get their work done. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, I hinted in my budget statement that the people of Montserrat must get a fair share of the benefit from sand mining. Presently, I think Montserrat, the government is getting 2,050 cents a cubic, if I'm not mistaken, and don't comment on that one. And we think that we could get a little more than that. Sand miners can pay a little more because the people of Montserrat need to be able to get a little more from it to run the affairs of the country. And I heard the minister talking about sand miners paying more, but they wouldn't tell them that, but they're going to say us. They're telling us to tell them because they don't want to tell them because they want to see us do it. Everything for them is politics. But we have to run, we have to work. In politics, two things happen. You run, you lose, or you win. And if you go in politics, if after you win the election, your mind is on the next election, you're not getting anything done because you're afraid. When you win the next election, you have to start to work. And if you work well, people will vote for you. So don't worry about next election. Work. And the next time when you come to the poll, people say, yes, you have fulfilled your mandate. You have done what you have to do. But don't wait. Don't hold back everything because you feel people don't vote for you. That's when they don't vote for you. So my team will work. We'll make decisions. And at the end of the day, the people of Montserrat will decide. All they're calling for is, what do you call it? No confident motion and strike and march. Honorable Romeo own team members more confident and no confident motion against him in 2019. So they could be it. No confident motion on what? So, Mr. Lewis spoke a few items, and I don't intend to go through these things anymore. National housing. Biodiversity, Government of Montserrat, the Ministry of Agriculture is benefiting from the from Darwin project, so we don't have to get other funding. When the UK give fund to a region, they usually leave out the OTs because the OTs are benefiting from either Darwin or Darwin Plus. The ODAs get on the Darwin, and the other one get on Darwin Plus. So we get funding for biodiversity and our reef protection, or protection on the Darwin project. So I guess the minister needs to read out and find what's happening in the world. So at least you understand. I don't think they understand anything. They work with the government, with a premier who didn't share anything with them, so they don't know anything. They just talk. They stick to their ministry, and they didn't perform in their ministry, and they still running them out now, talking nothing. Honorable Louis talk about social security, talk about the procurement. I have nothing. He really said nothing different to what he spoke about port development. Port development. And I don't want to say certain things on the port at this stage because it's a sensitive, very sensitive point right now. But because it may. In 2019, just before election year, about early, the government of the day had this grand opening of launching of a port project. We came into office in 2019, November, and we found that there was really nothing. They had some paperwork, but and Stantec, CDB was doing something. They had engaged CDB and a local engineer to do some work. They had presented to CDB a 200 meter, is it 200 meter? 200 meter port. 200 meter port, and they had $70 million to do it. $70 million to do it. We said in this house from day one that could not build that kind of port. And they want to fool people at this election time, and they want to build a port. So I said, you don't have any money. UKCIF funding and the UDF and the EU funding just can't build a port. Anyhow, we came in, Madam Speaker, and when we came in, we streamlined a lot of operations because we understand that there's a steering committee that never used to function properly because the government was not organized. But anyhow, we came in and we did our restructuring, and we decided that we are going to tackle everything head on because we made one promise during the election that we will not leave any of the projects unfinished. We will complete them. I said it already, I say it again. Government is continuous. Whatever I meet, we're going to finish them and then start our own. They should have finished what they met when they came in 2014. They didn't do it. But we are going to finish what we met. And we are determined to do that. So we're working on a port project. Yesterday, the minister said that, I said in my budget that we are going to be constructing a port that will meet our the minimum size port that will meet our economic needs. Who can, that's English, that's standard English. Minimum size port that will meet our economic needs. What is hard enough to find? We're going to build a port, not like a John Osborne airport, sorry. Not like an airport we just built and now they're saying it can't facilitate nothing, development. We are building a port and we are adamant as a government that this is the size port we need. We have to size down, we have to downsize the port. We have to downsize it. There's no if about it. And we are clear on that. But it must not go beyond the minimum standard that would facilitate our small cruise lines and other things. That is clear English, that's straight English. I don't know what the member was making nice out of. Because we say we are going to build the port, but it's going to be at the minimum size within that will facilitate our economic growth, our economic development, and that's what we mean. So we are talking and we have agreed on a size, not 200 meters because you don't have money to do that. We agree on a size and we will do the size that we plan to do it. And we will find the funding if they need more funding. That's not a problem. We will do it. However, talk about 5 years. I'm finishing now, Madam Speaker. You talk about 5-year project, and a 5-year, talk about geothermal. For 5 years, there were bamboos around the place about early market engagement. What do you call it? Early market engagement. For 5 years, somebody take them all about to Europe and say, oh, we're trying to find somebody to work with you. 5 years gone and they didn't present nothing, nobody. And geothermal is still sitting there. We are working on geothermal. We have had some meetings. We don't talk until we get things done, but I think we have things in hand. But we talk with some people. Geothermal is all part of the Ministry of Commerce and Works, Energy, Renewable Energies package. So it's renewable, it's geothermal, wind, and solar. And so we're working on it. Hopefully that we will get there in the next not too distant future. So, Madam Speaker, in summing up. Madam Speaker, the budget I presented to the House It's a reasonable budget for the time we're in. We got no additional. The British government assured us that they will not give us, that they will give us the same funding as last year. We got that. We got $1.7 million from BNTF. We have some work for that to do. We have used those funds from the current budget that we got from the UK to add some new programs so that we can achieve some of our targets in terms of moving Montserrat forward, like your medical records, your accommodation, working on your some buildings that we have to work on, getting your police launch going. So we have no longer can we continue to follow the traditional lines of the budget. We have to start become innovative, and that's what this budget is doing. We are using funds not only to pay salaries, but to do other things so that the country can benefit, so that the wider population can benefit. And that is the purpose of this budget. And that is why the opposition don't see that we are not working the same old way. And they don't want to understand. I believe they understand, but they're pretending they don't understand. So, Madam Speaker, in short, the budget is before us. This government is going to use the budget to benefit everybody in the best way we can. We don't have this. We have a balanced budget this year, because last year they ran and scream about deficit budget. But let me just say here, financiers tell you that nothing wrong with the deficit budget. You know, it's whether you could find the money to offset it down the road, because many countries, and the UK now is going with one, but there's some economists who tell you that they have you should have deficit budget, but you have to be in a position to service those budgets. So nothing really wrong with it. But because we don't have our own monies, but I guess my colleagues on the other side could tell me where we can find some money, or whether we can establish a Threadneedle Street, on the way going on. You're not hearing us. Whether we can establish a printing press, and if that's the case, then fine. We will be able to reduce our dependence and have some funds and have monies to do everything we want to do. We tell the British go where they want to go, and we'll have all the monies we need. But until then, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Bill 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a second time.
Appropriation Bill 2021.
The House will now go into committee stage to consider the bill in more details. Okay, so we'll start by looking at the developmental vote, the development fund votes. Vote 12, the Office of the Deputy Governor, with an estimate of $680,800. The question is that this amount stands as part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $680,800 now stands as part of the appropriation bill. Vote 15, the Office of the Premier, with an estimate of $6,942,900. The question is that this stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum, $6,942,900, now stands as part of the bill. We move on to vote 20, the Ministry of Finance, with an estimate of $4,445,000. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $4,445,000 now stands as part of the appropriation bill. We move on to vote 30, agriculture, with an estimate of $2,107,800. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. This stands as part of the bill. Vote 35. Communication Works and Labor, with an estimate of $50,519,800. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $50,519,800 now stands as part of the appropriation bill. Vote 40, Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, with an estimate of $3,113,700. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $3,113,700 now stands as part of the bill. Vote 45, Health and Social Services, with an estimate of $1,938,500. The question is that this amount stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $1,938,500 now stands as part of the bill. The total development fund of estimate stands at $69,748,500. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The total development fund of $69,748,500 now stands as part of the appropriation bill. Now we look at the supply votes. Vote number 5, the police, with an authorized estimate of $7,556,500. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $7,556,500 now stands as part of the bill. Vote 7, the legal, with an estimate of $1,789,100. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the sum $1,789,100 now stands as part of the bill. Vote 8, the Magistrate Court, with an estimate of $204,600. The question is that this amount stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $204,600 now stands as part of the appropriation bill. Vote 9, the Supreme Court, with an estimate of $804,700. The question is that this amount stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $804,700 now stands as part of the bill. We're on to vote 10, the legislature, with an authorized estimate of $1,681,300. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the sum of $1,681,300 now stands as part of the bill. We're moving on to vote 11, the Audit Office, with an estimate of $1,223,000. The question is that this amount stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The estimate of $1,223,000 now stands as part of the appropriation bill. We're on to vote 12, Office of the Deputy Governor, with an authorized estimate of $31,245,500. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $31,245,500 now stands as part of the bill. On to vote 13, Public Prosecution, with an estimate of $849,700. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $849,700 now stands as part of the bill. Vote 15, Office of the Premier, with an estimate of $14,152,300. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The sum $14,152,300 now stands as part of the bill. Vote 20, Ministry of Finance and Economic Management, with an authorized estimate of $24,229,600. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The amount of $24,229,600 now stands as part of the appropriation bill. We are on to Agriculture, vote 30, with an authorized estimate of $6,658,800. The question is that this sum now stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $6,658,800 now stands as part of the bill. Now we're on to vote 35, Communications Works and Labor, with an authorized estimate of $12,788,200. The question before us is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. This sum, $12,788,200, now stands as part of the bill. Vote 40, Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, with an authorized estimate of $11,579,800. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum of $11,579,800 now stands as part of the bill. And we'll look at the last vote, vote 45, Health and Social Services, with an authorized estimate of $21,578,900. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The sum, $21,578,900, now stands as part of the bill. We'll look at the supply totals of $136,342,000. The question is that this estimate stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The total estimate totaling $136,342,000 now stands as part of the bill. We'll now look at the grand total of the development fund and the supply fund for a grand total of $206,090,500. The question is that this sum stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The grand total of $206,090,500 now stands as part of the bill. The question before us is that clauses 1 to 6 now stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and clauses 1 to 6 now stand as part of the bill. The next question is that the schedule now stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The schedule now stands as part of the appropriation bill. Finally, the question is that the enacting clause and long title stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The enacting clause and long title now stands as part of the bill. The Assembly may now return to session. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2021 went through the committee stage without any amendment. I wish therefore to move for the third reading of the bill. Appropriation bill, without any changes. I therefore request that the relevant standing order be suspended and move for third reading of the bill. Huh? Oh yeah, third reading. Motion.
Okay, we'll now have the third reading.
Appropriation Bill 2021.
The Appropriation Bill 2021 has now passed through the Legislative Assembly.
Madam Speaker, we would like to have a division, please.
The bill has already passed to the Legislative Assembly.
We have not voted, Madam Speaker. It's at voting that we have a division.
Members, could you just give me and the clerk a minute, please? Thank you. Okay, let's have some order, please. We're going to go back a step. And I'm going to apologize. We don't need to suspend the orders because we already suspended it. What we need is for somebody to move for the third reading and for somebody to second the third reading. So can we have that, please?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. What time do we ask for the division? Is it after you have asked the question or at this juncture? That is the problem. We need to have a division. Do we have to second the division as well too? I don't know. I don't want us to go back to that point where you're saying that we can't have a division because you already took a vote and we haven't voted.
Okay, we're going to ask for a 5-minute recess at this juncture. Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the third reading of the Appropriation Bill 2021.
The question before us is that we have the third reading of the appropriation bills. Those in favor say aye.
Well,
Those opposed, nay. Okay, and then the ayes have it. And now we'll go to the division.
okay, Romeo. Madam Speaker, I beg to move for division on the vote or the budget 2021.
Honorable Premier. Honorable Deputy Premier. Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Minister of Education. Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Aye.
Honorable Attorney General.
Aye.
Honorable Financial Secretary.
Aye.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Abstain with reason. Madam Speaker, this 2021-22 budget presented by this incompetent government cannot and will not deliver recovery, growth, and opportunity in the age of COVID-19 for the British people of Montserrat living here in Montserrat and the businesses operating here in Montserrat, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to do better than this.
Honorable Member.
Abstain with explanation. Madam Speaker, this 2021-22 budget cannot deliver recovery, growth, and opportunity in the age of COVID-2019 for the British people of Montserrat and for businesses of Montserrat. I'm standing with my colleagues in making this statement that is in the interest of Montserrat, and we hope to bring it to the attention of other officials in the British government. And it is not to be taken personal, but we think that we can do better for the people of Montserrat, and the government needs help. Thank you.
Honorable Member of the Legislative Assembly, Mr. David Osman.
Madam Speaker, I wish to abstain from this vote for the budget with reason. Madam Speaker, I cannot support this budget because this does not support the regrowth of anything for the people of Montserrat. This government does not need to mislead the people as if they think we are foolish. Until the government comes back with a proper budget that can make a difference to be able to make things better for the people of this country, I cannot and will not support this budget. We are the British people of Montserrat, and we must be treated like the other British people.
I abstain on the grounds that this 2021-2022 budget cannot deliver recovery, growth, and opportunity in the age of the COVID-19 pandemic for the British people of Montserrat and the British businesses of Montserrat. Her Majesty's government has the means, sufficient cash flow through the Overseas Development Aid budget and the moral and internationally legally binding responsibility to treat the British people of Montserrat as a priority. This failure has consistently been the pattern over the past 25 years, leading to poverty, depopulation, involuntary exile, and even loss of life. We must stop this negative cycle. In brief, this is why, on behalf of the people of Montserrat, I join fellow opposition members in abstaining and sending a message to the government of Montserrat and Her Majesty's government that we can and must do better with urgency.
Okay, so the appropriation bill has been passed through the Assembly with 7 votes for and 4 votes against. Sorry, with 4 abstentions.
But no, if you are the
Hold on. The House is going to take a 10 minutes recess. A 10 minutes recess. Thank you. Okay, the House is now back in session, and we'll have the third reading of the Appropriation Bill 2021.
Appropriation Bill 2021.
The bill has now passed through the Legislative Assembly. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the first reading of the bill shortly entitled Property Tax Amendment Bill 2021.
I recognize the Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the introduction and first reading of the bill shortly entitled Property Tax Amendment Bill 2021.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Property Tax Amendment Bill 2021 be read a first time.
Property Tax Amendment Bill 2021.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Labor Code Amendment Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, from time to time when we look at some of the legislation that we have, we realize that there's some slight changes that are needed to be made to ensure that it is either compliant with international standards which have changed, or to correct typos, or because situation on the ground may have changed, so slight changes sometimes have to be made to these bills. So the Labor Code was passed and has been functional for a while, but the Labor Department has been tracking how it has been functioning, and there are certain changes that were recommended by the International Labour Organization, and there were some changes that we saw that needed to be done because of conditions on the ground. So certain amendments were done to the bill and are submitted to this House for its approval. Most are just slight typos and certain are just some other slight adjustments that were made. But there are some parts that I think I should bring to the attention of this Honorable House. One of the main ones that we have took out the definition of non-established employee. As you know, a move was made to remove that definition, and we should not have things like established employees and non-established employees. And that existed in the bill, so that amendment has been made to delete the definition of established employee and to use the definition that used in the Social Security Act. One of the other main ones that has been done to ensure that the conditions that the employees are under in the right place is to expand the powers of the Labour Commissioner and the Labour Inspectors. So prior, they could have only entered the workplace during the day. We have now expanded that within any 24-hour period, the Labour officers can go into any workplace to inspect to what's going on, to make sure that they're observing the code. And while they're there, they can do the analysis, they can connect materials, they can take photographs, they can do video recordings. And it is for the purpose of ensuring that the workplace and the employer is following the conditions of the code. So the powers of the Labour Commissioner have been expanded. There are some other changes that was done to protect the workers, because prior, if you're sick and you're off, the employer had the right to get rid of you. We thought that in order to help protect the employees more, because you can be sick and you can be generally trying to recover, so to ensure that your job is protected for a 2-month period after your sickness, the employer is not allowed to terminate your employment. To be fair to the employer, they don't have to pay you during this time. So it's not like they have to pay two different people at the same time to do the same work, but your job will be guaranteed for at least those 2 months if you're still sick and you haven't recovered. So that change has been made. The other change that has been done, Madam Speaker, in Section 32 is the written terms and conditions of employment. And there's a reason why this is done. What we're asking is that when you hire somebody, that there should be some kind of record of their compensation, their terms of reference, what are their duties, how much hours do you expect them to work, and all those things. And there's a form in the schedule that deals with all of that. And the reason for that, because if you think about it, if you have a contract employee, and for government, you know the terms of your conditions and you know how everything should function. But what happens is that people show up to the labor tribunal and they will complain that they have been asked to do work beyond their scope of duty, or the employer will come back and argue they're supposed to be doing this and why I should be paying them this money. And you end up with all these disputes. So in order to mitigate against some of that dispute, it's just a short form. If you're hiring somebody and somebody is part of your staff, it's just a short form to list what do you plan to pay them, what are their duties, what do you expect the hours of work to be, and things like that. So if a situation arises, which you hope it does not, then it's easier to resolve since both parties now understand their obligations. What is it that I'm expected to do on the job, and how much money do I expect to receive for that work, and things like that. So that form under Section 32, written terms and conditions of employment, has been added or has been expanded so that that now resides with the Labor Office, so that if disputes arrive, it is easier to deal with. So there's a form that's in the, that deals with that. It has also, before time when you ask for compassionate leave, because, for example, the death of your parents, there was a certain amount of time that you were given. That has been expanded so that you can also ask for compassionate leave if it's your step-parent or your grandparent. So the list of people directly related to you have been expanded. So because we recognize you may have step-parents and you may be close to your grandparents, so just not your parents you can ask for compassionate leave for. That has been expanded to take into consideration step-parents and grandparents. There are some other typos that's in the code that just has been changed. There are some other parts that deal with how does a trade union and how those unions register and how do they appeal to the court to be registered, have also been amended and made in a stronger way. And we have also allowed people over the age of 16, since you can work from the age of 16. So Section 160 has now made it so that somebody of the age of 16 can join a trade union and they can have all the rights of a union member. Because if you can legally work at 16, why is it that you can't join the union with the same rights and privileges as anybody else? So that has been amended to add that to it, Madam Speaker. Most of the other changes are just slight typos or slight corrections that were done before. So I would listen to see if there are any other questions on the bill, and then I would comment after, but that's the basic change that have been made, Madam Speaker.
Must be worried about.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the second reading of the bill entitled Labour Code Amendment Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, sorry. Madam Speaker, I think the bill before us is self-explanatory. I agree with the amendments, in particular to make it more clearer that in terms of the number of sick days you can have, in terms of how, if and when the Labour Commissioner, and I certainly agree that you should not have a specific time that the Labour Commissioner should visit an establishment because you can pay yourself for coming, but rather that he have that attitude that he can come in at any time at his or her wishes, that he can come in at any time. I agree totally that the need to have that preliminary listing of the activities or activities of the employee, because from time to time you are employed and you find that your job description or your activities are changed midstream, and the employer thinks that he or she has a right to dictate to you exactly what you do, even the outside of the bounds for which you are employed for and paid for. So these are areas of concerns, of course. I agree with the extension of the paternity leave for when persons are bereaved, because clearly my stepmother, my grandmother is important. Grandmother is important for me, and so I would certainly appreciate the inclusion of those persons into the listing of the bill. Clearly, the typos, of course, change when you move more than from less than simple typos, and just to add more clarity to the bill. The section about the trade unions is absolutely critical, because you don't want to leave it at the whims and fancies of an individual, but rather they must be clear. It must be clear in the law how can they appeal if they are struck off the. If they are struck off, there gives permission to appeal to the High Court for hearing, appeal to hearing, and the forms, of course, where the schedule changes, it's just in order. It's just a simple amendment, and the few adjustments that have been made to add clarity to the bill. So, Madam Speaker, I add my full support to the Penal Code Amendment Bill. For instance, Section 22. Section 5, Section 22 speaks, a party under subsection 1 shall refer to the dispute of the Labour Commissioner no later than 3 months, so it sets a time at which tribunals you can make complaints rather than you waiting until 6 months after. You can then, you have a chance. It sets a limit, the time at which you can appeal to the tribunal with your grievance. So it sets no later than 3 months after, so you can't wait 6 months after you get dismissal and they decide that you're going to appeal your case. The timeline, which is important. And then I know, as I said before, under section 8, 3B, simple typo, maybe it's a typo where you move that. One of that's the worker. You have two that's, right? Two that's, you move one, the last one, and they have been made for there. And there's another point I raise. Those are basically what my observations are. I think the bill is a simple modification to the bill, and also it adds clarity to some sections that may have been a little not as clear as they ought to be. So, Madam Speaker, I support the bill as presented, with this slide as presented.
Any other contributions to the bill? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Comms and, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communication and Health, of Health and Education. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill itself, being part of the architect of the Labour Code, there were a number of things that were pointed out even before I demitted office in 2014, and these cosmetic changes and the typos. And I'm surprised it takes this long for them to come here. The other thing, so most of them I agree with from then to now. Under Section 8, Section 32, the introduction of the form, what was considered the Form A before. I think it's called a schedule or something now, but it used to be Form A in the last setting. And every person was supposed to have a copy. Now you'll notice that under Section 32, it says here under 3, if a worker is recruited from abroad, the employer shall prior to the arrival of the worker, inform the worker of the terms and conditions. And why it is important that you have this form in place is that in this time when UN passed a convention on modern-day slavery, where people would come here and work and they have no idea what they're supposed to get, the contracts are made with maybe some family member in another country. So it is important that the person who is working knows what they're working for and everything that is detailed. So I'm happy to see that this is now included, that it's become, the law will take effect. That Form A, and as the minister said, when it will tribunal, there wouldn't be any ambiguity as to what you're working for, the conditions on which you were brought here, and all of that. So we have to make sure that we stay away from this slavery mentality that some of our employers seem to have, where people come into work and they haven't a clue what they're supposed to be working for, except they're told their monies are sent back to their country and all that. So that is what that will alleviate some of that problem. There's one more thing I wanted to touch on, because most of the things, as I said, are already. There's not much, I can't seem to remember which one it was. Section 24, I note there's a one I put in, where a person that is convicted of an indictable offense is disqualified from being a member of the labor tribunal. I noticed that was an input, that you're making sure that, I suppose there's no criminal entity, person on the tribunal, and it outlines the conditions. There's also under one of the schedules, where it lists out the rules of the tribunal very clearly so that one knows exactly to follow them. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the last bill, that was not quite detailed. And so I'm happy to see that, so that everyone knows exactly what is supposed to happen, how the tribunal is supposed to work. Madam Speaker, with those, I want to commend the bill and the amendments to this Honorable House.
Madam Speaker, I concur with the submissions made before this Honorable
I recognize
House.
the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Please, excuse me, Madam Speaker. I wish to concur with the reasons for supporting the amendment to the Labor Code, Amendment Bill 2021, submitted to you, to this House, by my colleagues. I too welcome the introduction, the expansion of the written terms of condition, which we know as a Form A. Madam Speaker, having been a former member of the Labor Tribunal, I see how this would certainly bring clarity, protection to workers, and further, Madam Speaker, it will enhance or realize one of the elements of our motto, which is that we want to build a wholesome society, because this would reduce conflict. It also further reduces any inclination to take advantage of workers, or workers to take advantage of their employers. And so I welcome that. Madam Speaker, as a representative for the youths, I certainly welcome this amendment, Section 160, which allows any person over the age of 16 to be a member of a trade union and to sit on the Committee of Management, trustee, or treasurer of a trade union. That was previously not permitted under Section 160 of the Montserrat Labor Code 2012. Madam Speaker, it strongly sends a message that our youths must take a place at the table and be a part of the decision-making process of our country. And so I welcome that, and I applaud the minister and my government for bringing this forward. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I support the bill.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Not really. Madam Speaker, it seems like everything, because there were very few and minimal changes to the bill. Just to highlight that the Labour Code is the law which specifies the responsibility or rights of employment, especially the responsibility of employer and the employee. Madam Speaker, it is absolutely critical that this legislation is in place to protect everyone involved, from fair hiring practices, safety on the job, rights to privacy, to alleviate or remove discriminatory practices, and that individuals are paid fair wages for their work. The amendment speaks to updating the sick leave policy, and some of the speakers have spoken to that before, whereas now you can be paid, or you don't have to worry about losing your job because you are sick, but it also leaves the employer, the discretion of what is paid to you after the 24 days sick leave has passed. Madam Speaker, the amendments also gives to the Labour Commissioner permission to enter any workplace, whether day or night, once they have notified the employer, and this is in order to inspect in cases of any dispute. The amendment also states that the dispute must be reported a minimum, or a maximum, I think, of up to 3 months after the incident. This is significant when investigating maladministration or poor labor practices, Madam Speaker, as we understand in evidence that the sooner you take the information, the more fresh it is, so the person can relate to it in a wholesome or, quickly. And the other thing is, too, that it's done quickly, so that people can get back to their working conditions in a timely manner. Dr. Spami already spoke about the age or the inclusion of after 16, and I quite agree with that. Madam Speaker, all we're trying to do here is to ensure that fair conditions for both employer and employee are provided within the workspace, and with these simple or few words, I support the bill as laid out.
Any other contributions to the bill? I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Romeo.
Madam Speaker, I was asked a question, just in observation a while ago. And while this bill does provide some very important improvements, I'm asked a question that I must ask the House. Because this bill deals with or addresses terms and conditions of employment and issues about registration, termination of unions, fairness of unions, elections, etc. All positive attempts to address these. We know that these matters could be quite controversial between business people and their employees. I just wanted to know whether we would go into some form of educating the public about these changes, however simple they may seem. Take some time to educate the public and see that they understand this. You have a public discussion, however the government decides. And, of course, in doing so, who knows, we might find some ways to improve or make some changes. Just a suggestion put to the government that I myself can only suggest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If there are no other contributions, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communication and Works.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if I understand the question. Is the Honourable Member asking that after we pass the bill that we do public education campaign, or is asking that the current bill be looked at again?
I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Romeo.
Without creating too much of an issue, people tend to think that you're trying to delay a bill by making this suggestion. That's why I'm suggesting that in the event the bill is passed, that we go through that education campaign. Because it works the same way, in my view. I'm making a gentle suggestion that, you know, everybody will agree to and will have the same effect. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communication and Work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to point out to the honourable member that normally bills go through a first reading 1 month prior to this bill was out. And if the opposition wanted the opportunity to consult with their members, they had the opportunity to do so. So there are slight changes, as was pointed out by the other members. So we have gone through it, Madam Speaker, and since there are no other substantial changes, I'll ask and move for a third reading of the bill.
Clarity, Madam Speaker, if I may.
Second reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Romeo.
I didn't hear him say whether they would do the education campaign or not. It's not really about me, it's about the people being educated, not me. I just asked, if you have done it, fine. If you don't think it's necessary, that's your position.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communication and Work.
Madam Speaker, we hear the suggestion. As you know, the Labour Department does have a bi-weekly show that they do on the radio station, and whatever changes we do in the Labour Department will be told to the people.
It has been moved and seconded. It can't go off. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Labour Code Amendment Bill 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a second time.
Labour Code Amendment Bill 2021.
We'll now go into committee stage to consider the bill in further details. Any contributions to the bill?
There's something here?
We're in committee stage. Is there any amendments, any changes, any discussions? No? Okay.
Clauses 1 to 7.
The question before us is that clauses 1 to 7 stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then clauses 1 to 7 now stands as part of the bill.
Clauses 8 to 14.
The question before us is that clauses 8 to 14 now stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. Clauses 8 to 14 now stands as part of the bill.
Clauses 15 to 21.
The question is that clauses 15 to 21 now stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. Clauses 15 to 21 now stands as part of the bill.
Clauses 22. No, clause 22.
The question is that clause 22 now stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. Clause 22 now stands as part of the bill.
Schedule amended and schedules 2 and 3.
The question that is before us is that schedule amended and schedules 2 and 3 now stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. Schedule amended and Schedules 2 and 3 now stands as part of the bill.
Enacting clause and long title.
The question is that the enacting clause and long title now stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The enacting clause and long title now stands as part of the bill. We'll now resume the sitting. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to report that the bill went to committee stages with no changes, so I would like to now move for a third motion, make a motion for a third reading of the bill.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move a motion for the third reading of the bill entitled Labour Code Amendment Bill 2021. Sorry. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the third reading of the bill entitled Labour Code Amendment Bill 2021. Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Labour Code Amendment Bill 2021 be read a third time.
Labour Code Amendment Bill 2021.
The bill has now passed through the Legislative Assembly. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Communication and Works.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, the Road Traffic Amendment Bill and some accompanying regulations were done to clarify certain issues that arose when one looked at the old Road Traffic Act and to put some other regulations in place to govern how traffic and such things are done in Montserrat. So the Road Traffic Amendment Act clarified the roles of the vehicle tester, an examining officer, and the licensing officer. In 2011, the Road Traffic Act was amended, splitting the duties of the examining officers. Before that, under the law, examining officers are responsible for both driver and vehicle testing. Under the current Act, examining officers now refer to the persons designated to test driver competency only, while the main function of the MCWA vehicle tester was appended to that of the licensing officer. However, other necessary consequential amendments were not made. These include mischanges to several clauses which continue to refer to the examining officer undertaking duties which now relate to the licensing officer. Simply changing these to the licensing officer will still present challenges for the internal management system of the ministry as well as the accountability for the public funds. Every system requires checks and balances. The ministry operates an oversight and management structure that supports the licensing division. This structure goes beyond the vehicle tester and cashier that customers interface with. Validation and approval of their work is done by other ministry staff. Our software systems are designed with the back-end operation in mind. The prescribed register to be kept by the licensing officer are digital and are procured and kept by the accounting officer. For clarity, the function of keeping does not mean entering or editing data. Rather, it means having or retaining possession of. Moreover, the management and accountability for public funds is a grave responsibility which is given to accounting officers appointed by the Financial Secretary. The Act requires the licensing officer to be responsible for collecting and managing licensing and other fees. Assigning the responsibility to more than one person at a time is impractical. In this case, it makes sense to have the accounting officer and licensing officer be one and the same to avoid complicated accountabilities. It is for these reasons that we have opted to separate out the duties of the vehicle tester from those of the licensing officer. We also note that this allows us in the future to have multiple vehicle testers, which will support the introduction of an MOT-style roadworthiness testing scheme. Because as we have said before, Madam Speaker, the ministry is looking to do a digital transformation of government systems, and we want to get to a stage where you can do your licensing without having to come into the ministry. So we are looking, and we will do public consultations on how best to carry that forward. We have also put in regulation in place so that you can retain the identification marks on your vehicle. So if there's a number that you would like and is not currently being used, you can come in and you can reserve that number for a certain period of time until your car or vehicle comes, and then you can get that number. So there's going to be a system put in place that you can reserve numbers that you want. We also will have things like dealer's marks, so when a dealer brings in a car, they're allowed to drive it on the road without much problems. There's also going to be a mechanic garage mark. So if you take your car to repair and it wasn't licensed, that they have that mark, that they can put it on the car and take it on the road without a complicated way. The other major change that we've made, Madam Speaker, is that we realize a lot of time people come from overseas with their international license and they still cannot use that, get the Montserrat license to drive with that. We still give them a temporary license, so when they come in, the licensing division will still grant them a temporary license, so it's not an issue that they're not allowed to drive on the road since the temporary license is granted. But they already have an international license, and if they would like to purchase or to get a Montserrat license, we have now made it possible so they can now, with their international license, transfer into a Montserrat license with a fee, of course. We have also amended certain regulations, and one of the main ones is that we are now allowing people to have personalized license plates. So instead of having the normal M1342 or wherever, you can now write Romeo exclamation mark on your vehicle with a fee. So if you want your personal license plate, we are now making it possible that you do not have to stick to the standard ones that we normally have with just the numbers and the letters, and the rules and regulations that we're going to have to govern that. For example, of course, you can't have swear words and things like that on your license plate. So that, again, for people, for the young at heart, like Mr. 59-year-old Romeo who wants to do such things to be cool, he can change his license plate to such things to get that done. So those are the major changes that have been done to the bill. And so with those comments, I rest, Madam Speaker.
Any contributions to the bill? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam, I only rise to support the bill, and just to mention two points I'm happy for. One being the clarification of the tester examination officer, which was causing some problems before within the ministry as outlined by the minister. And the second one is for the opportunity of customized license plates. Some of us would like to put some things on our vehicles to state our... Okay. So, well, as I said, noticemen. That was the word used by the honourable member in the House yesterday. So, we now have an opportunity within, of course, within the guides of the law, and as you stated, no defamatory words or anything of the sort, but we can now put exactly what we want on our plates. And I know that we're happy for that, at cost, of course. I'm not sure the law gave the specifics as to the cost, so we'll probably get to that in community stage. So I do support the bill and thank the honourable member for making the clarifications to this honourable House.
Okay, if we have no further submissions, we'll ask the member to wrap up. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a second time.
Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2021.
We'll now go into committee stage to consider the bill in more details.
Clauses 1 to 6.
The question on the floor is that clauses 1 to 6 now stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 6 now stands as part of the bill.
Clauses 7 to 12.
The question is that clauses 7 to 12 now stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The Honorable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I would like to report to this Honourable House that the bill, Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2021, has gone to the committee stage with no changes. So I would like to move a motion for a third reading of the bill.
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the third reading of the bill, Road Traffic Amendment Bill of 2021.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2021 be read a third time. Sorry. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The bill will be read a third time.
Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2021.
The bill, shortly entitled Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2021, has successfully passed through the Legislative Assembly. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the second reading of the bill, shortly entitled Road Traffic Examining Officer Validation Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, the Road Traffic Examining Officer Validation Bill 2021 validates payments made to an examining officer from 14 February 2014 to the commencement of the Act. Clause 1 sets out the short title of the bill. Clause 2 validates a fee paid to the examining officer for the following services: a written driving test, a driving test on the road, the invigilating of a driving examination and examining certificate. Madam Speaker, this bill is just to ensure that all the procedures of the licensing division are done properly. As you know, at some point in the past, Madam Speaker, a decision was made to outsource some of these services. But in order to validate that they can collect money on behalf of government, this needed to actually have been in legislation. So this is to make sure that all aspects of our traffic and licensing things are in order, Madam Speaker. So it's just a simple bill to validate all decisions taken from February 2014 to the current period. And these changes have now been fixed in the actual Traffic Act. So going forward, everything will be in order, Madam Speaker. So with that, I rest again.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the reading of the bill, Road Traffic Examining Officer Validation Bill of 2021.
The House is now open for debate. Okay, I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's not much to debate. It's just that we are trying to operate and to legalize actions that were taken from February 14, 2014, to ensure that those activities cannot be challenged in court. Outside this, Madam Speaker, someone may want to challenge those activities by the examining officer. Having done this, Madam Speaker, validating those so that at least those are legal actions that were taken. So I wish to support the presented bill to the House.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Road Traffic Examining Officer Validation Bill 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a second time.
Road Traffic Examining Officer Validation Bill 2021.
We'll now go into committee stage to consider the bill in more details.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question before us is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand as part of the bill.
Enacting clause and long title.
The question is that the enacting clause and long title now stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The enacting clause and long title now stands as part of the bill. We'll now resume sitting. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I would like to report that the Road Traffic Examining Officer Validation Bill 2021 has gone to the committee stage with no changes. So I would like to move a motion for the third reading of this bill.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the third reading of the bill, Road Traffic Examining Officer Validation Bill of 2021.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Road Traffic Examining Officer Validation Bill 2021 be read a third time. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The bill will be read a third time.
Road Traffic Examining Officer Validation Bill 2021.
The bill has successfully passed through the Assembly. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Road Traffic Licensing Officer Validation Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, the Road Traffic Licensing Officer Validation Bill validates act done by a person in the performance of functions and duties as licensing officer under the Road Traffic Act. If one goes back into history, traffic, and look at the act, traffic was under the police in pre-volcano, and at some point it moved to Public Works Department at the time. The laws, as they were written now, who validates driver's license and who signs the driver's license is still not clear. So to ensure that all acts done, which normally it was the permanent secretary that signs off on the license for a long, long time now. So in order to ensure that all acts done from 1st May 1952 to the commencements of this bill are actually valid, we are just trying to put the government in a proper position so that these things can be challenged and that these things are validated. We are also, Madam Speaker, just to point out that we are also looking, these are just the first set of changes that we are making to the traffic regulations. We are also looking at more comprehensive things as we get more feedback from the public concerning what changes they would like to see to make sure that things are in order. And we are also going to be amending certain regulations so that police have the authority, for example, to be at school crossings and have things like traffic wardens and these. They have the legal authority to do certain things. When these are done, the public will be informed, and we will do it on our shows to say that these things are done. But we are in the process, Madam Speaker, of the Ministry and the Traffic Division to ensure that we are actually put in place to serve the citizens of Montserrat and to get things done. So with that, Madam Speaker, I rest, hopefully finally.
Do we have a seconder? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the second reading of the bill, Road Traffic Licensing Officer Validation Bill of 2021.
The House is now open for debate. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the bill before and the Minister so ably outlined, the purpose of this bill is really to validate actions taken by individuals. And incidentally, it goes back to 1952. So any actions that were taken by any individual in terms of licensing officers' function, after this passing of this bill, is now validated so that government cannot be challenged on any actions taken by those individuals. So I wish to support the bill to the next stage of the House.
It has any further contributions? Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Road Traffic Licensing Officer Validation Bill 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a second.
Road Traffic Licensing Officer Validation Bill 2021.
We'll now go into committee stage to consider the bill in further details.
Clauses 1 and 2.
Madam Speaker, I would like to report that the Bill Road Traffic Licensing Officer Validation Bill 2021 has gone to the committee stage without any changes, so I would like to move a motion for the third reading of this bill.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the third reading of the bill, Road Traffic License Officer Validation Bill of 2021.
It has been moved and seconded that the third reading of the bill, Road Traffic Licensing Officer Validation Bill 2021. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. The bill will be read a third time.
Road Traffic Licensing Officer Validation Bill 2021.
The bill has successfully passed through the Legislative Assembly. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the adjournment of this House for lunch until 2 o'clock.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, I would like to second the motion for the adjournment of this Honorable House until 2 o'clock for lunch.
It has been moved and seconded that this House be adjourned until 2 o'clock for lunch. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. We'll return at 2 o'clock. We're now adjourned for lunch. The House is now back in session.
Chop chops.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2020. So doing, Madam Speaker, there a change to the already standing bill and Section 10 to substitute Section 10 for the new Section 10 and add 1 and 1A. 1 deals with just an addition to number 1, which states that apart from the disease within Montserrat, that any existence of a communicable disease or in Montserrat or outside of Montserrat that is likely to take effect. That is the addition to that particular, to 1 and 1A in the abundance of caution, and under the rights of the minister and the powers thereof, to extend the terms of the medical officer and the forms, and also to include the electronic devices, which we are hoping to introduce, so we want to now put them in law going forward, since our laws had to be updated. That's basically what this law is dealing with, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the second reading of the bill entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021, number 9 of 2021.
I'm sorry. The House is now open for debate. Okay, if we don't have any contributions at this time, it has been moved and seconded. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Good day, Madam Speaker. We are here in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, to debate various bills that have to do and for the benefit of Montserrat. And one of the issues that we know that we're dealing with now is a COVID-19 crisis, pandemic that has affected the world and has affected Montserrat. And we are seeking to put measures in place to protect the citizens. And it is part of our duty of this Honourable House to make sure that the things that the laws and regulations that we put in place are for the benefit of the people. It is easy to talk and grandstand and say this should be done and this should be done and how we're not helping these people and how we're not helping people. It is the proof, as they say, is in the pudding, is do you actually show up to do the work when it involves doing things for people. So we can all come here and grandstand and say that we're doing this and we're doing that. But when the time comes to make decisions and to have debates about the issues and we do not show up and we do not feel that we need to participate, Madam Speaker, it's an entire disrespect both to this House and to the people of Montserrat that elected us. So it is, we cannot keep on saying that every time a bill comes, oh, did we consult the public, did we ask the public about it, this should go back. But when it comes times for the actual members to have their contributions on the bills, they have absolutely nothing to say. And I would just like to register that, Madam Speaker, that I found it very disrespectful that when we have issues concerning the health and safety of Montserrat, some of the members don't think that it's important to be here to share their views.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill will be read a second time.
Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
We'll now move into committee stage to consider the bill in further details.
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Education.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 has passed through the committee stage without any amendments. I therefore commend it to the House for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion that the bill, shortly entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021, number 9 of 2021, be read a third time.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 be read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a third time.
Public Health Amendment Bill 2021.
The bill has successfully passed through the Assembly. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to amend CAP 1409, number 4, Section 4 regulation by adding the use of electronic monitoring devices. And it says, the use of electronic monitoring devices to monitor a person who is in quarantine or isolation. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill for the second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021, number 10 of 2021.
The House is now open for debate. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has created a situation for peoples across the world where the Minister of Health and Ministry is authorized, has the power to quarantine individuals who are suspected or who may be affected with COVID-19. We have had experience in this country, Madam Speaker, where persons are in quarantine who we don't have the manpower to monitor all the persons in quarantine. And we find from time to time that persons are violating their quarantine periods and going into the public, which will then create more problems for the health officials. It is fitting, therefore, Madam Speaker, as the world is doing, that you have some system of monitoring individuals who are placed in quarantine for safety of themselves and other persons. And that I'm pleased that the bill, we're now amending the act to give the authority for the government or the Ministry of Health to place monitoring equipment on individuals who are in quarantine, so that the minister can, from time to time, or his agents, monitor those individuals to ensure that persons are staying within the remit of the quarantine facility. And so, Madam Speaker, this is a simple bill. I therefore wish to support the bill in its entirety. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as I said yesterday in addressing this Honourable House and the public, we are committed to strengthening our protection for the people of Montserrat. And as we would have seen, Madam Speaker, in just passing the Amendment Bill of 2021, number 9, it gives authority to examine and screen persons of in Montserrat who, in the opinion of the medical officer, is likely to be infected with an infectious disease. And Madam Speaker, we've had challenges already with persons not wanting to answer questions. And so that bill now, which is now a bill, allows for questions to be answered and information be supplied by a person in Montserrat who, in the medical health officer's opinion, is likely to infect the rest of the populace with an infectious disease. And I know a lot of the time we are now speaking of COVID, but there may be other things that may arise, and so we are preparing, Madam Speaker, for anything that may happen. As I said, it only takes one yesterday. Our surveillance and monitoring and quarantining or isolation is important, Madam Speaker, for our recovery and for our growth. And as I said again, here we are, establishing our quarantine and isolation facilities. And we've gotten a bit further now in that we are moving on to electronic device, which would help reduce the need for manpower. The police services have been helping us enormously, which means that there's work that they would have to put on the back burner in order to accommodate us. So this would help us to relieve them, Madam Speaker, of some of the responsibilities, and they can attend to other duties on the island. So overall, we are working together to strengthen what we have to allow us to be more efficient and effective in our surveillance, and the protection of our people. Because if our reputation out there is that we can manage COVID or an invasion of COVID, Madam Speaker, prevent it very early, I think that speaks well for our economic development, as persons may not hesitate or will not hesitate to come because they see that we are acting responsibly. And so I wish to commend this bill to the House, and I think it augurs well for our future. And for some persons, we wish them to know that once the screening is done and nothing is there, that information is going to be is secured, and after time, it is destroyed. So you don't have to worry about what is going to happen to your information. We are also protecting you, just as we would have done your health information on other areas of health. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to address the House.
I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Romeo.
Madam Speaker, I rising support of the need for the government of Montserrat and the relevant authorities to have more precise and greater control over the isolation practices that are required. Our government, like many governments on the world, have a huge challenge in dealing with the quarantine matter. I, like everybody in Montserrat, understand what one individual being careless can do. In our case, it shut down a whole country the other day, infected a few other persons. So this is a serious one for us on Montserrat. You know, there's a small island, and we can't afford to not have some control over those circumstances. I want to just at least encourage the authorities, our government, to make sure we have provisions in place that mitigate against abuse of whatever system you know, is used here. How can somebody appeal if, for some reason, there's some hiccup or, you know, some things are happening elsewhere that I've heard of as close as Antigua. Simple matters, but so will we have some sort of process in which someone can appeal about conditions or, as I said, mitigate against any issues that may arise? Just concerned that we know that some strange things can happen when we use this equipment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further contributions? It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a second time.
Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021.
The House will now go into committee stage to consider the bill in its entirety. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021 has passed through the committee stage without any amendments. I therefore commend it to this House for its third reading.
I recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the third reading of the bill shortly entitled Montserrat Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021, number 10 of 2021.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021 be read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a third time.
Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Attorney General's Reference Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, the Attorney General is legal advisor to the government of Montserrat and advises the government on, amongst other things, legal and constitutional issues to include whether proposed legislation complies with the provisions of the Constitution. There are instances, however, where constitutional questions of public interest or importance need to be addressed, and these may arise outside of court proceedings. There needs to be a means by which these questions can be referred for a definitive position thereon. Although a rare occurrence, there have been instances where a high court has interpreted the Constitution and made findings on constitutional matters in proceedings which were not started by constitutional motion. As a consequence, because of the nature of those proceedings, the Attorney General, who would ordinarily be a respondent to constitutional claims, is not able to appeal those decisions. This is particularly problematic where laws enacted by the Legislative Assembly are called into question, or where there is a concern that an erroneous constitutional interpretation has been applied to a statute. There must be a means by which such a situation can be addressed. Madam Speaker, the Attorney General's reference legislation and constitutional reference legislation is not unusual, because it is recognized that sometimes the guidance of the court is required and a determination may be needed on certain constitutional questions. Madam Speaker, Clause 3 of the bill provides that the Attorney General may refer to the Court of Appeal important questions relating to the interpretation of the Constitution and the constitutionality of laws enacted by the legislature. The Attorney General may seek the approval of Cabinet before taking any matter to the court. The bill provides that with the approval of Cabinet, the Attorney General may refer the following matters to the court for hearing. A, important questions of public interest, important questions of public importance, questions concerning the interpretation of the Constitution, and questions concerning constitutionality or interpretation of any legislation enacted by the Legislative Assembly. Clause 4 of the bill provides for the opinion of the court on each question referred by the Attorney General to be pronounced on in like manner as in the case of a judgment on appeal to the court. Clause 5 provides for interested persons or representatives of a class of interested persons to be notified of the hearing under the Act. Clause 6 provides for the court to appoint counsel to argue the case with respect to the interest affected. The bill also gives the court the authority to order costs for exceptional reasons, and it is in the court's discretion to make an order for expenses incurred to be paid out of the consolidated fund. The Chief Justice, by virtue of Clause 8, has the power to make rules regulating all matters of practice and procedure under the Act. And Clause 9 provides for the saving of the court's powers. Madam Speaker, these are small steps towards advancing the legislative framework to enable consideration of important constitutional questions, and I commend the bill to the House for its consideration and further debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Education.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the Attorney General Reference Bill number 8 of 2021.
The House is now open for debate. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Sorry, I'll give it. Okay. I was going to give it to her. Okay. That's right. That's right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill before us is an important bill. As a non-legal mind, clearly I had to get references from the Attorney General as to precedents and etc. And so I'm confident that having received similar legislation from other OACS and other countries as well, and having cross-referenced those legislation with what is presented before us, I am comfortable that this bill is in order. Hence, I'm speaking to it today. Madam Speaker, we do understand that the court may rule on matters, and as the AG pointed out, if the court doesn't have the authority to rule on constitutional matters, then clearly they're out of order. And we understand that there's some smart people around who may want to challenge the court, the law court, on constitutional matters. And hence, the Attorney General must have that right, that privilege or that right to be able to appeal to the court for interpretation or challenging those decisions that have made outside of the constitutional request. So, having said that, Madam Speaker, as I said before, we have looked at a number of countries who have had this reference, this Attorney General's reference bill. We have, of course, referenced those bills with the drafting of this one and think that they're in order. So I am very much in support of the bill.
I recognize the Honourable the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to speak in support of the bill. As was shared before, it's long overdue. Madam Speaker, I just want to point out that the procedure for which the court should follow is clearly laid out, that it will hear and consider the reference, Madam Speaker. And further, Madam Speaker, what I particularly like as well about the bill is that it provides for notice of interested persons. That is, Madam Speaker, someone may not have come in at the beginning, but the court may, in its own discretion, or upon the application of the Attorney General or counsel representing an interested party, direct that any person interested, or where there's a class of persons interested, any one or more persons of that class shall be notified of the hearing on a reference under this act, and those persons are entitled to be heard thereon, whether in person or by counsel, acting on behalf of that person. Madam Speaker, further, I note that the court has also a discretion here to request any counsel to argue the case with respect to any interest that is affected and with respect to which counsel has not been instructed by an interested person. The Honourable Attorney General has already pointed out that where the court makes an order in its discretion, then the expenses incurred for a matter heard under this act is to be paid by the Ministry of Finance and shall be charged on a consolidated fund. Madam Speaker, we haven't discussed it at length, but perhaps I see a disguised legal aid system emerging, but that may be for discussion. At least, Madam Speaker, if there's a person out there who has an interest, they would not be locked out. Just as the Honourable Romeo was pointing out on the other legislation, what happens where persons, are challenged by something that they have recourse. But here again, it's not just saying that you have recourse to the court, but that provision is made for counsel to be paid so that person would not be locked out, and so their rights can be affirmed And so, Madam Speaker, I truly applaud this and recommend it for going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any response? Okay, I recognize the honorable member of the opposition, Mr. Romeo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's important that we show support where support is needed. And this bill makes an unusual provision for appellate courts to give a ruling on interpretation of a law relating to the Constitution of the Constitution itself. There is a further provision for any question in the public interest raised by the Attorney General. And there is also a provision that seeks to relieve costs involved. And I think this seems to be an experiment worth trying. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Attorney General's Reference Bill 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a second time.
Attorney General's Reference Bill 2021.
Sorry. We're now going to committee stage to consider the bill in its details. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled Attorney General's Reference Bill has passed through the committee stage without amendment, and I would like to move a motion for the third reading of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the third reading of the bill shortly entitled Attorney General's Reference Bill number 8 of 2021.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Attorney General's Reference Bill 2021 be read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The bill will be read a third time.
Attorney General's Reference Bill 2021.
The bill has successfully passed through the Assembly.
Other business, adjournment.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the adjournment of this Honorable House. Sine die.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion for the adjournment, signed aye.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House be adjourned. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned.